pleasant good evening live from loanDepot Park here in sunny South Florida. It's the final homestand of the first half of the Major League Baseball season for the red-hot Miami Marlins as they welcome in the Seattle Mariners for a three-game set. And we say hello to the newly minted All-Star. That is Max Meyer, named to his first All-Star game over the weekend. Max is on the bump tonight against Seattle. Great to see everybody back here at the park. A nice crowd coming in tonight to see Miami take on Seattle. And guess who is back in the house? It's great to have Rod Allen by my side here. Rod, man, it has been awesome to watch the Marlins play. They've been hot. I know you've been enjoying watching.
No doubt about that, Mr. Mitch. I mean, the month of June was incredible. The ones that they had, but it's the way that they got it done. On this last road trip, every single guy up and down that lineup got it done. They stole bases. They played great defense. I was talking to Clayton McCullough about the quality of their at-bats. Every single guy had quality at-bats. It was a beautiful thing to watch.
And breaking records in the process. The Marlins, they were hitting in altitude, they were hitting without altitude. It was incredible to watch. I mean, you talk about all the runs they scored, and it began, Rod, in St. Louis. It continued at Coors, and then it ended in Sacramento with a sweep.
You know, one of the biggest hits of the road trip was the Conine pinch hit home run. That got them going in Colorado, and they continued throughout Colorado. They beat up on them for a couple of games, and then they went to Sacramento, and it didn't really matter, Craig. Up and down the lineup, each and every guy, quality at-bat after quality at-bat. And that's not the easiest thing to do when you go to Colorado and Sacramento, a couple of ballparks where you know you can get busy from an offensive standpoint. Usually you try to do too much, but they didn't do too much in the pitching. It was just good enough.
18 home runs on the 10-game, three-city road trip. Xavier Edwards getting ready for tonight's game.
Should be an all-star.
He may be by the time it's all said and done. These fighting fish, folks, look at that. 49-42, the Marlins are in sole possession right now of the third wild card spot in the National League. But how has it all been done? It's been done via pitching. It's been done via defense, but offense has really been the key. Before the game today, I spoke with Marlins hitting coach Pedro Guerrero. We went over exactly how the offense has exploded.
I think it's a collection of the hitters that came about in that series. I know Stowie is starting to take better at bats, swinging at better pitches in the zone. You know, Conine joining us here is also a guy that adds some power to the lineup. Bert has been unbelievable, hitting the ball out of the yard. Like, since his call up, he's been just one of the best hitters in baseball. So definitely a team effort. Our routines always stay the same. Like, we work our harder than anybody in baseball, in my opinion, in terms whether in the cage or on the field. You know, work's paying off. I keep on pushing to the guys that we love our dynamic offense. We can score runs in a big game or play in the small game. So I think we have a dynamic offense, and it's just a matter of like when it comes and when it doesn't, and we just figure out ways to score runs, and that's a beautiful part of it. Other thing, we just check all the home runs that the guys hit in Colorado and also Sacramento, and they're out of the ballpark in 20 out of 30 and 30 out of 30, so they were legit homers. So we're happy about that.
And Rod, I liked what Pedro said there. They can beat you in a number of different ways. We know the game is played differently on different nights. loanDepot, I don't anticipate, like Sacramento. Maybe that's what wins the series for Miami against Seattle.
Something else, too. A lot of people think what the Marlins are doing this year is some kind of a fluke. But if you go back to the calendar month of June in 2025, they have played some outstanding baseball, one of the best teams in all of baseball. So this is really no fluke what they've been doing here this month, and hopefully it continues so we can play some meaningful games in the month of August and September.
As we welcome in the Seattle Mariners, a rare three-game series, interleague series here in South Florida. Boy, Cal Raleigh, I thought he was the MVP of the league last year, but he's been nowhere close this year. I know he had an oblique issue. Maybe that's part of it. You really don't know and don't want to speculate on injuries, but the numbers, unfortunately, for Cal thus far speak for themselves.
You know what? I think his year's kind of started bad for me. I think it was a no handshake of Randy Arozarena, his teammate in the World Baseball Classic. He had to answer all those questions the next day. I remember looking at his face. And he's supposed to be at the World Baseball Classic having fun, and he's having to answer all these questions about what just transpired the night before. And then he went on not to even really play every day in the World Baseball Classic. So he's just scuffling right now. And another thing that happens with guys that are struggling with the bat, they usually have an oblique after that because they're grinding so hard to try to find that stroke, hitting from both sides of the plate. And there's no doubt that he's been doing that. But if they're going to go anywhere, they're in first place right now, but if they're going to go anywhere, they need the big dumper to get it going.
Yeah, Cal Raleigh's got to get going, and Seattle's got to get healthy. And, of course, Julio Rodriguez on the concussion list, folks. So those of you coming out to the ballpark or watching the games this weekend, no Julio Rodriguez, at least for the start of this series. Time now for our Celsius Energy highlights, and that is Randy Arozarena. Familiar, of course, Rod, with him from his days in Tampa Bay. He is Seattle's lone all-star and packs a punch when he hits that barrel.
Randy is a dude. He plays with an edge, and he's not afraid. Usually you can write down 20 homers and 20 stolen bases when the season begins. He plays every single day. Sometimes he doesn't make the best decisions on the baseball field, like a couple of days ago when he challenged twice the second at bat of the game, and he lost both of those challenges. So Seattle had no challenges the remainder of the game, but none of his teammates, I guarantee you, said anything to him when he went back to that dugout.
Randy's a funny cat. All right, the Marlins TV pregame show is brought to you by Doral Kia, home of the Pricito. And the home tonight at loanDepot Park will feature this man, our all-star, Max Meyer, as he takes the bump against the Seattle Mariners. When we come back on the pregame show, Rod breaks down what has made him an all-star in 2026. We'll be right back.
At FPL, our teams are working every day, inspecting, upgrading, and strengthening the grid, installing smart sensors that spot problems before they become outages, keeping your lights on, your devices charged, your world running. You may not see us, but our work never stops. Behind every switch that powers on, every screen you tap, every moment that just works. Because reliability isn't an option, it's a commitment. FPL, working for you every single day.
The Fightin' Fish are back. And here, baseball is more than just a game. It's what brings us together. From the big moments.
He sways. Casey hits it in the air. Casey to deep right. We're going home!
To the timeless traditions. Be there for it all.
Gary got him with a fastball.
Ryan Stowers is on the board for the first time.
Swing and a drive.
Marlins elected to be aggressive. Triple for Otto Lopez.
Ball in the base hit for Javier Sonoa. What a start for Sandy Alcantara.
Catch the Fightin' Fish all season long.
It starts with Celsius. Feel I can feel good about. I'm gonna need it. I'm training for life. From after-school pickups to meal prep to a 12-hour night shift. I don't have time to get ready. I've got to stay ready.
Dawn Patrol starts with a Celsius. I got a whole day to seize. First it's cardio, then it's a race against the clock. Refuel. I've got 48 to do in 24.
It's 4:49 a.m. Grab a Celsius, lock in. I've got a goal to hit and a deck to conquer. A party to be the life of and all the essential energy I need to do it.
The Marlins.TV pregame show is brought to you by Doral Kia, home of the Pricito, and by Werner Hoffman, Gregg & Garcia, the official law firm of the Miami Marlins.
Ain't nobody ever going half speed. Ain't nobody ever gonna pass me. Everything I got always on the line. Every day a hill that I gotta climb. Any minute could be the minute I make it. You're gonna have to kill me if you wanna take it. Brace for impact. I'm running in. We gon' tear it down and then do it again. Picture me a pedigree. I'm the remedy. I'm everything that'll set you free. I paid the cost just to be the boss. A real man keeps it moving. Ain't no time to floss. Everybody wanna be the GOAT now. Everybody looking for the GOAT.
It's been amazing. He's controlling. He's attacking the hitters. It's so exciting to see him pitch because every time he's on the mound, he really cares about what he's doing, and to see that it's very special for me, and like just to be behind him, just to go with the All-Star and
it's amazing to just to have him with me at the All-Star.
Otto and Max will make the trip to Philadelphia, but Rod, Major League Baseball has just announced, because Max Meyer is due to start Sunday against Cleveland, he has been replaced on the All-Star game roster in terms of playing. He still will attend the All-Star game, but to better news, of course, on Max Meyer, what has gotten him here this season, Rod? You said at the very beginning of the season, I remember it well, after a couple of starts, this guy is going to be in Philadelphia. You were 100% right.
He's legit, and I just love Max. I've had a chance to get to know him the last number of years, and of course he's gone through a number of different injuries. But for me, it all starts with his off-speed stuff. I mean, that's the pitch that he came to the movies with. It was the slider, and then he added the sweeper. Now he's throwing more change-ups, and it's really helping him as he maneuvers his way through his really first full season in the majors. Take a look at the arsenal right here. The sweeper, you can see he leads with that, and the slider, but then he's got the four-seam, the change, and the sinker. So he's throwing his fastball up about 33% of the time, and then other than that, it's something that's either spinning or it's a change piece. But take a look at this stuff. The hitters, they know it's coming, Craig, and they still can't hit it. He backdoors you. He goes up in the strike zone. He goes down in the strike zone. He uses his pitch to his advantage, not only to lefties, but also to righties. He's also 5-0 at loanDepot Park with an ERA just a shade over 2. But take a look at the run value on his breaking pitches. That plus 14 tells you it's 14% better than any other pitch in the big leagues for other guys. That breaking ball is an outstanding pitch for Max, better than anybody else's. And then what that tells you on the breaking pitch, the run value, is that when there's runners in scoring position, that's the pitch that he goes to, and very seldom does it get hit. So that means it's nasty.
He's in an elite category of pitcher here in 2026, potential Cy Young Award, too. You never know at the end of the season. All right, now on Seattle's side, Rod, we're going to get a look at Bryan Woo. I think Woo would probably tell you this season hasn't looked like last season, but certainly this is a dynamic pitcher with a mix of pitches that can be very dangerous anytime he pitches. What do you see with him tonight?
Well, one of my favorite singers, Jeffrey Osborne, used to have a song, Can You Woo Woo Woo?
I didn't see that coming.
That was a nice song, boy. I love that song. But this guy's legit. I mean, 70% first pitch strikes. So 70% of the time, he's 0-1 on the batters, and usually 200% of the time when you're that ahead of the guys, 0-1, you're going to dominate. He dominates at home. He doesn't dominate on the road. So if the Marlins are going to win this game, they got to jump on Woo, who struggles away from their ballpark in Seattle.
First of 3 tonight at loanDepot Park. We've got Kyle Seeloff, Tommy Hutton, and Jeremy Chachet on the call. Rod and I will see you postgame. Marlins are up next.
At the Home Depot, we've got 4th of July savings and all your appliance answers.
I want something to simplify my day.
Get a GE profile fridge that lends a helping hand and all-in-one laundry in a new eye-catching color. Find your appliance answers now at the Home Depot.
Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid.
Introducing the new $10 Crispy Parm Pan from Pizza Hut. It's the original pan you love, taken to the next level. That crispy golden brown crust with a cheesy crunch. Try a $10 medium crispy parm pan for a limited time, only at Pizza Hut.
You hit your personal best, vowed to never rest, destined for new heights under Friday night lights. Weekends at the rec leagues, home runs in the big leagues. At the heartache of pain, trust experts with your game. With leading edge care on sprains, strains, or tears, and research that's academic-based, come back at your own pace. The University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute is ready to help you recover your game.
There's a storm warning in South Florida. It's the Miami Marlins.
This is pretty deep putt. He did it! Way back! Whoa!
Miami's all-time new strikeout leader.
Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. Mad Max.
They're pesky. They make you sweat. They make you work for everything.
Baseball's hottest June team.
Major League Baseball welcomes you to the following presentation of the Miami Marlins.
grueling 10-game, 10-day road trip is in the books. The hottest team in baseball returns home tonight as we welcome you back to Marlins Baseball on Marlins TV, brought to you by Warner, Hoffman, Gregg, and Garcia. It's game one of a 3-game series tonight between the Marlins and the Mariners. As we get a look at the National League wild card standings, and all alone sitting in third is the Miami Marlins, who if the season ended today would be headed to the postseason. Hey everybody, great to be back with you alongside my partner Tommy Hutton. I'm Kyle Seeloff. We sure do hope that you come out and support the Marlins this week. They deserve it after a terrific road trip.
Yeah, I'll tell you what the Marlins have to continue to keep doing is spreading the wealth around. The way they did on the road trip, there was pitching, there was defense. And by the way, I counted 7 guys on the road trip that hit over 300.
Let's talk about it a little bit, because you're right. Everything went according to plan. They were pitching well. They were defending well. They were hitting the living tar out of the baseball.
Yeah, how about these guys? Liam Hicks at 393, Lopez 390, X 382, Stowers 378. All on the road trip. They set that franchise record in Sacramento with 12 home runs in a 3-game series. How about 40 extra base hits over their last 7 games? The Marlins got the bats going. Good challenge tonight against a really good pitching staff for the Seattle Mariners.
I'll tell you something that we continue to talk about too. When you're 49-42, it's no longer fluky. This is a good baseball team. And a really bright and a big spot for the Marlins this season has been their starting pitcher in the All-Star Max Meyer, who will not participate in the Midsummer Classic next week. That's because he's going to make 2 final starts before the All-Star break.
You know what's nice? He'll forever have that moniker, All-Star Max Meyer. Congratulations to Max. Tell you what, you look at his rankings in the first half, tied for 6 with those wins, the strikeouts, the ERA. Right now, he's gone over 100 innings. The most he's ever pitched as a professional was 111. That was back in the minor leagues. He's going strong. We'll see him 2 more times before the break. Max Meyer, look for that slider, look for the sweeper. Those are his 2 key pitches that have been getting a lot of outs this year.
He has some of the filthiest stuff in baseball. He is having a renaissance season, and it'll be fun to watch Max Meyer take on Bryan Woo in the first-place Seattle Mariners here at loanDepot Park tonight. Time to step aside here on Marlins.tv, but the boys of summer are rolling. We'll get a state of the Marlins when we return.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond, with airless tires designed for exploring new frontiers. Michelin, motion for life.
T-Mobile has the best network. That's why there's no better place to get iPhone 17 Pro on them. Hold on.
We should have music.
You gotta feel it.
I sure dance.
This is big. At T-Mobile, get the incredible iPhone 17 Pro on us.
I've devoted my life to combining cutting-edge science with biblical wisdom, and I believe Healing Leaves Tea is the Bible's best-kept health secret. In Revelation 22, the Bible reveals the tree of life and declares the leaves are for the healing of the nations. Amazingly, science confirms what Scripture declares. These leaves support digestion and immunity, maintain healthy inflammation, and boost energy. So instead of another supplement, I created Healing Leaves Tea. It's caffeine-free, convenient, and delicious, hot or cold. Thousands are making Healing Leaves Tea part of their daily wellness routine, and now you can too.
Call the number on your screen for this exclusive TV deal and save 30% on your preferred customer order with free shipping and risk-free 30-day money-back guarantee. As a bonus, we'll include the Beginner's Guide to Essential Oils, a $16.99 value free. Call the number on your screen to learn more right now.
Mr. Conine, Mr. Conine, sign our balls.
Yeah, please sign our balls.
No problem. So, who do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer like my dad.
Me too. Our dad is an all-star lawyer.
That's amazing. You got such great role models at home. And plenty out here in the field, too.
Marlins Baseball on Marlins TV is proudly presented by Warner, Hoffman, Gregg, and Garcia, the official law firm of the Miami Marlins. By FPL, And by U-Health, pushing medicine forward. Game 1 of a 3-game series in town between the Marlins and Mariners as we go downstairs and visit with a third member of our broadcast team, Jeremy Pache.
Thanks, Kyle. Well, it's great to be back here with you at loanDepot Park on Marlins.tv. And loanDepot Park, a place where the Marlins have won 28 baseball games. That's good for the 4th best record in Major League Baseball. That's just one of the great things happening as we take a look at the state of the Marlins. You see some of it right here, but let's talk about some of the other records they're setting. How about a 20-6 June? That's the best win percentage month in team history. Tonight's starter on the hill, All-Star Max Meyer. He tied Livan Hernandez with a franchise best 9-0 start to this season. Fellow All-Star Otto Lopez, he broke Miguel Cabrera's team record and now has 39 multi-hit games. Liam Hicks had the most ribbies before May of any catcher in MLB history, and Sandy Alcantara, well, he just keeps setting records for the Marlins. The most all-time strikeouts. He was 6-0 in June. He also has the most wins here at loanDepot Park. So many great things, and that's the best part about baseball, right? You always have a chance to witness history and see something you've never seen before. Maybe tonight's that night, and you can do it by watching right here on Marlins.tv. It's Max Meyer, it's Bryan Woo, and it is you, Miami Marlins fans, that should stay tuned in right here on Marlins.tv. Game 1 of 6 straight here at home to wrap up the first half. We'll be right back.
For us, history isn't just remembered, it's rewarded. And now new users can earn $10 in points with the Exxon Mobil Rewards Plus app. 5 on your first fuel purchase and 5 on your second. Legendary. Mobile.
Oye, Fede, how many friends are coming?
Everybody.
Wi-Fi so reliable, you can host the world. Get the most reliable fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi with Peacock included to stream the beautiful game this summer.
This is it. This is it. Hi. Can I help you? Oh, yeah, we'll take it. Okay. Just thought it was work.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
Mr. Conine, Mr. Conine, sign our balls. Yeah, please sign our balls.
No problem. So, who do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer like my dad.
Me too. Our dad is an all-star lawyer.
That's amazing. You got such great role models at home. And plenty out here in the field, too.
For us, history isn't just remembered, it's rewarded. And now new users can earn $10 in points with the Exxon Mobil Rewards Plus app. 5 on your first fuel purchase and 5 on your second. Legendary. Mobile.
Well, I'd like to hope that those fine folks are about to catch the waves of the Miami River and make a pit stop here at loanDepot Park tonight, where the All-Star Max Meyer will toe the rubber for the 19th time this season for the Marlins, who have won 13 of their last 17 games, and after dropping the first 2 games in July, they've backed that up with a sweep in Sacramento. There is a look at Max Meyer's numbers this season: 18 starts, 9 wins, 1 loss, and a 2.53 earned run average.
Yeah, and Clayton was giving Max so much credit. As we look at his arsenal, we know he has that sweeper and slider, but for a young guy who was drafted in the first round back in 2020, he's gone through a lot of different injuries. Tommy John, of course, hip issues. Come a long way, and he's put it all together this year to make himself an all-star. He'll be going to Philadelphia.
You'd be hard-pressed to find another Marlin that you have to root harder for this season than Max Meyer. He has been dominant. But tonight, one of his stiffest tests to date this season, taking on the first-place Seattle Mariners, Coming out of the American League West, the Mariners starting lineup is brought to you by FPL. Crawford, Arozarena, Canzone, Raleigh, Naylor, Raley, Young, Robles, and Emerson. But this is a lineup right now without Julio Rodriguez, Brendan Donovan, Will Wilson, and Rob Refsnyder. Obviously a couple of big-time contributors and a couple of other guys who come off the bench as well. Let's take a look at the defense behind Max Meyer tonight.
We'll check in on Griffin Conine in left. Marcy back in there, got hit in the knee the other day in Sacramento. Good to see him back in. Owen Casey in right. Sanoja, Lopez, Edwards, and Stowers around the infield. Boy, has Kyle Stowers come out as a hitter ever since he's been playing first base. And Joe Mack, solid behind the plate.
This is a fascinating matchup between the Marlins and the Mariners, who pitch their tails off, but they do not hit for a whole lot. In baseball this season, we are underway a little after 6:40 at 6:41 Eastern time tonight, as Max Meyer's first offering of the ball game, a fastball and a called strike on J.P. Crawford, batting .212 over 73 games this season for the Mariners.
It's really an interesting matchup because you have Max, who's just terrific here at loanDepot, 5-0 with a 2.13 ERA. And then you have Bryan Woo, who has an ERA over 6 on the road.
Crawford takes a slider inside for ball 2. Crawford with 10 homers, 25 runs batted in. He has seen Max Meyer before. He's 1 for 2 against him. And he takes ball 3. Max Meyer wanted to challenge. I think Joe Mack thought about it, and they both elected not to. Crawford playing in his 20th career game against the Marlins as he takes strike 2. Good fastball from Max.
You know, we talk about the sweeper, we talk about the slider, but I really think the four-seamer has been a key pitch for Max because he's been able to keep hitters off that other stuff with that good four-seamer.
Suffered his first loss of the season this past Wednesday, his 18th start of the season in Colorado. 3-2 right there. Strike 3 call, 1 up and 1 down.
Well, against the sweeper, hitters hitting 199. That's going to go down a little bit after that strikeout on that terrific pitch. Freezes Crawford right there.
Filthy stuff. Crawford thinking about it as he takes that long walk back to the dugout. Here is Randy Arozarena, who gets spun out of the way of a sinker. Arozarena recently named to his 3rd All-Star team. This is a ballpark he is very familiar with over the years, whether that's playing in the World Baseball Classic or as a member of the Tampa Bay Rays, as it's 1-1.
You know, he's been an exciting player. He's been a solid player over the years.
And a good one. Batting .286, swings and misses. Might have caught a piece of Joe Mack on the follow through. He did. He's going to check on him. He will. Joe Mack, you cannot say enough about that young man, making his 43rd major league start tonight. And in his own little way, he has propelled these Marlins to this 49-42 record. Without him, I don't know where they are, as Arozarena bounces one to the left side. For another All-Star, Otto Lopez, who throws him out at first, 2 up and 2 down.
So let's see. Otto as an All-Star. That's nice. Throwing out another All-Star.
How about that? How deserving is Otto Lopez, Hut?
And I guarantee Otto Lopez is going to have an absolute blast in Philadelphia. He's going to enjoy every moment.
He should soak it all in. Here is Dominic Canzone, the left-handed hitting designated hitter. That'll be a bit of a theme here tonight. Only Arozarena and Robles are a pair of true righties in the lineup for Seattle.
And on the other hand, the Marlins have 7 left-handers. You count Xavier Edwards in that group in their lineup.
So 14 of the 18 starters will hit left-handed tonight between the Marlins and the Mariners. Pair of switch hitters as well, as Canzone lays off a slider, ball 3.
So all the young parents at home are scratching it down. Make my kid a left-handed hitter.
Kidding. If he can throw lefty, He can hit lefty. He's got a chance. Maybe a nice build, about 6'1", 230. There's strike one.
By the way, if your name is Dominic Canzone, you have to play for Team Italy.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. 3-1 coming his way. And there's strike two.
If you expect to be invited to Sunday dinner, you better play for Team Italy.
He was 3 for 16 playing in 4 games for Team Italy in the most recent World Baseball Classic as he strikes out on a slider. A tidy first for Meyer. It was perfect with 2 Ks.
I'm Jay, and this is my home. My first big purchase with help from loanDepot. This is where I play my favorite music. This is where I grow my small garden. It is here that I laugh. It is here that I learn. It's my sanctuary. It's my place. It is my home. And home means everything to me.
Whoever said fork in the road must have been hungry. Hungry for the Sorrento and the capability that keeps going wherever life takes you. So go ahead, take the fork in the road. With the capable Sorrento, every way forward is the right way. Visit your local Kia dealer today.
For you to buy for us.
I'd love to, because I earn unlimited 2% cash rewards.
Oh, Marty, we're on the celebrity cam.
The Active Cash credit card from Wells Fargo. Terms apply.
That's an enormous swing, and that's driven deep to left. That is gone! The All-Star leaves the yard.
What a swing. Beautiful to see the All-Star coming up when he gets towed and hits a 2-run homer.
If only our founding fathers could see these Marlins.
Nardo Lopez is showing his team this is how you do it.
Well, riding a 6-game hitting streak, we will see Otto Lopez bat third as we go to the last of the first. There's a look at your Marlins starting lineup tonight. Proudly brought to you by Werner, Hoffman, Gregg, and Garcia. Fish coming off a 7-3 10-game road trip, which tied the best record on any road trip of 10-plus games in club history. Boy, these guys are rolling right now. And let's see how this Marlins offense these next 3 days handles a sensational Seattle Mariners starting pitching staff as Liam Hicks whacks one into left center, and that's how this one starts tonight.
You use the word rolling. Liam Hicks can roll out of bed and stroke line drive just like that, as he did coming off the injured list. Since coming off the injured list, he has a 7-game hitting streak. He now has a 17-game hitting streak.
Lovely effort by Emerson, young shortstop, but it got by him. Yeah, you're right. Liam didn't even give us an opportunity to let the audience know he's sauntering to the plate, riding a 16-game hitting streak before he extended it. Here is Kyle Stowers. So Bryan Woo on the mound for the Mariners tonight, 26-year-old right-hander making his 18th start of the season, the 88th of his career. It's also his first career start against the Marlins.
This guy throws a lot of strikes, a lot of first pitch strikes, so don't be surprised to see a lot of the hitters go up with the same approach that Liam had, jump on that first pitch.
This is a Mariners ball club that's coming off back-to-back shutouts over the Blue Jays, a homestand they went 5-1 on. They haven't allowed a run in 24 innings. Let's see if the Marlins can change that early. So they're going to miss. Good slider. Stowers behind, 0-2.
Well, the backbone to the Seattle Mariners is their starting pitchers. And from Woo to George Kirby to Miller to Gilbert, Hancock, and Castillo, they all are solid.
Swing and a miss. Stowers down on strikes. Couldn't come up on the slider. And there's one away.
Let's scout the right-hander, Bryan Woo. What's our scouting report have for him? He was an all-star last year. Just a tremendous strikeout to walks ratio. 97 strikeouts, 98 now, 19 walks. But road woes, an ERA over 6 this year on the road.
For the 6th-round pick, went 174th overall in 2021 out of Cal Poly State University. So last year's All-Star in Woo facing this year's All-Star Otto Lopez, who's coming off a road trip in which he hit .390. As Otto takes downstairs. He had 4 doubles, 2 triples, 3 home runs, and 8 RBIs on the road trip, did Otto. Batting a major league best, .346 on the season. Hicks at first, no score. Bottom of the first, the pitch. That is lined into left, another base knock. Welcome home, Otto. First and second with 1 away as we take a look at the Doral Kia defense behind Bryan Woo.
Pretty solid defense the Seattle Mariners have. We'll check it out with Rosarena, Victor Robles solid in center, Luke Raley. Around the infield, Crawford, Emerson. Crawford actually won a Gold Glove as a shortstop. The youngster Cole Emerson now the shortstop. Cole Young. So they got a young up the middle tandem. And then Josh Naylor over at first base. Cal Raleigh behind the plate.
Lopez at first, Hicks at second, 1 out. Here's Edwards. And he takes a sinker downstairs for ball 1. X, like many other Marlins, had a very good road trip. He hit .382 on the trip with 7 RBIs, a pair of doubles. You want to know what stuck out to me most, though? How about 9 walks for X, who waits patiently on 1-0. And now it's 2 balls and no strikes.
I want to put a couple of things in perspective. I was looking at this before the game. There are only 11 players in the major leagues coming into tonight hitting .300 or better. 2 of them are on the Marlins.
Yep. Edwards slaps one foul, 2-1.
And to put Otto's year into perspective, his average jumps higher than .346 now with that base hit. The closest is Luis Arraez at .325. So put that in perspective. He is having an incredible year.
So too are these Marlins, who are just taking things one day at a time right now. But you know it feels mightily good coming off a terrific road trip led by Kyle Stowers and others. But you wake up this morning at home in your own bed and you roll over on your own pillow and think, wait a minute, we're in playoff position? 2-1. And X doesn't pull a trigger on a fastball. It's even at 2-2.
He'll spot that fastball right there with the best of them.
Hicks at second, Lopez at first, 1 away, bottom 1, and he struck him out. Good changeup. A couple of singles and a couple of strikeouts for Bryan Woo here in the first.
Yeah, that's a pitch that it really is at the bottom of his group of pitches. He doesn't use it that much, but used it in a perfect spot there to get the strikeout.
So 2 out for Woo. And here comes Griffin Conine. With a double, a homer, and 5 RBIs and 8 walks over the long road trip. And he takes strike 1. On the outside corner, you mentioned Woo's road struggles this season. He's lost 4 straight on the road. He's allowed 21 runs over his last 20 innings away from T-Mobile Park. In those outings, a .945 ERA. But you mentioned the .638 ERA on the road this year. Conine's behind in the count, 0-2.
Yeah, just 1-6 with that high ERA on the road. You know, it's really been something that has bothered him his whole career. His lifetime record at home, 24-5.
Likes that T-Mobile mound as Conine went around, and Woo strikes out 3 and allows a couple of singles and a scoreless first.
Tools from Harbor Freight are doing hard work in real garages across America, like Nico's one-man shop in Illinois, whereas Daytona Jack does all the heavy lifting. And his Hercules Impact Wrench and Icon Torque Wrench make quick work of tough jobs. Nico demands affordable tools that don't quit because he never quits. Harbor Freight, built for tool people.
Like me.
Coming soon, get a free 5-gallon bucket when you spend $29.99 in store.
Spectrum Business delivers commitment with every connection across the country. So where are we now? In Charlotte, our connected platform enables AI-powered security, so you're in full control of the operation. At the same time, in Columbus, we're enhancing performance with dedicated fiber. And in Daytona, we're helping data keep pace with a custom-built network. We turn service into partnership. Spectrum Business.
Oh my gosh, wow. Who am I? Wow, is that really me?
Hi, I'm Jonathan Greenhut, the CEO of Plexiderm. All it takes is 10 minutes to reduce the appearance of under eye bags, wrinkles, and crow's feet. The instant results are from naturally based silicates found in shell clay. Once applied, your skin tightens and firms. Take action with our Plexiderm 10-minute challenge. Try it today for only $14.95, plus get free shipping. Visit plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
At the Home Depot, we've got 4th of July savings.
And all your appliance answers.
Yeah, this one really keeps me on my toes. With Whirlpool, you're ready for the unexpected. Get a fridge that can flex to your needs and the all-new UV Clean feature that helps reduce bacteria. Find your appliance answers now at the Home Depot.
Welcome back to loanDepot Park. Nothing here in the top of the second. And if you're wondering how Max Meyer ended up an all-star, well, you can look right at his breaking pitches. He has the highest run value in Major League Baseball on breaking pitches. He also has the highest usage in baseball. He throws it 56% of the time, that sweeper, that slider. And I can only imagine, guys, that he'll be using that breaking ball more and more against the Mariners today, as they're 21st in baseball in OPS and 28th in batting average on breaking pitches. So for Max Meyer, it's been reliance on the breaking ball that's allowed him to elevate his game from a standard middle of the rotation starter to a guy who now has been named an all-star for the very first time.
Yeah, and it kind of goes back to what I said last inning, to put those two pitches and then be able to command that four-seamer the way he has. That's helped the whole thing. That's completed the package, as they say. Look at the vertical break of the sweep. So the Marlins have a couple of guys, one of them's on the IL right now, and Anthony Bender, who have top-notch sweepers in the major leagues.
Well, here is a guy that had a top-notch 2025, but it's been everything but here in 2026 for Cal Raleigh, batting .164 with just 9 home runs and 28 RBIs. Now, big picture for the Mariners, if you keep him in the ballpark, they have a real hard time winning games. It's actually remarkable when you see some of those numbers right there. I mean, coming off one of the greatest seasons ever. That's not hyperbole as a catcher in Major League Baseball history. This is a guy, Hunt, that has 3 extra base hits in his last 29 games, which includes a couple of homers, a double. That is a stretch of 122 plate appearances. There are some of the accolades for Cal Raleigh throughout the course of his career. And it's just been a disastrous 2026 for the Mariners backstop.
I would think if you're a Mariner fan, if you're a Mariner teammate of Raleigh's, you say, all that said, he's having a horrible start, but the ball club is a game and a half ahead in the AL West.
Pretty amazing.
Yeah.
It's even more stunning if you place the Marlins in the Pacific Northwest with a 49-42 record, how many games they'd be up in the division.
And there'd be no humidity either.
No humidity. Clayton is some darn proud of this team. Actually had a chance to talk with him a little bit earlier. He told me just what an incredibly fun ride this has been. As Raleigh pops this up foul into the seats. And Clayton proud of his team, and I would imagine Dan Wilson is proud of the Mariners. Kind of a gutsy effort here through their first 91 games, again leading the American League West by a game and a half, but you roll the dice and you wait 3 or 4 days. Those American League West standings can constantly change. Wilson managing in his 3rd season in Seattle as Raleigh takes strike 3 call. A lovely slider from Max Meyer. Well, the ultimate goal of a Major League fan is seeing them all. The MLB Journey to 30 sweepstakes presented by T-Mobile is the ultimate bucket list. Enter now for your chance to win trips to all 30 ballparks. MLB.com/Journey to 30 sweeps. Here is the former first-round draft pick for the Marlins, Josh Naylor.
Do you realize, as we had that shot of the Mariners manager, Dan Wilson, what he has in common with Max Meyer?
I'd love to know.
They're both first-round draft picks. Wilson of the Cincinnati Reds, both out of the University of Minnesota.
Strike one on Josh Naylor. Good baseball man, Dan Wilson. Was born in Arlington Heights, Illinois, back in 1969. Used to call him Dan the Man. Sure some still do, as Naylor swats this high in the air behind third. Shallow left, Sanoja's out. Here comes Lopez. Javi wants it. He's got it. 5 up and 5 down for Max. And now a quick message from our friends at FPL.
At FPL, our teams are working every day because reliability isn't an option, it's a commitment. FPL, working for you every single day.
2 up and 2 down for Max Meyer here in the top of the second. No score at loanDepot Park, settling into game 1 of a 3-game series and game 1 of a 6-game homestand for the Marlins, featuring the Seattle Mariners and the Cleveland Guardians. Marlins 14 and 16 in interleague play. The Mariners are 12 and 12. Still odd with that balanced schedule to see so many interleague games played these days. Here's Luke Raley, the left-handed hitting right fielder, who is tied for first on the Mariners ball club with 14 home runs.
Right now, though, Raley struggling somewhat. 1 for his last 16.
And speaking 1 for his last 16, he's hitting a .116 in his last 23 games. That coming since the start of June. It's off the end of the bat into center. 6 up and 6 down for Max Meyer.
Winning doesn't just happen by accident. It starts long before the crowd. With preparation, the work, the focus, the discipline to be ready when the moment comes. At WHG, we know every case is earned before you ever step inside the courtroom. Because whether it's baseball or a lawsuit, winning belongs to the ones who prepare for it. WHG. Preparation wins.
This is it.
This is it.
Hi. Can I help you? Oh, yeah, we'll take it. Okay. Just thought it was work.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
Sunny days call for Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea. Made with real iced tea and real vodka. Refreshing and goes down smooth. Let the good times cruise with Sun Cruiser.
Esta transmisión de los Marlins está disponible en español.
Well, back here in Miami on this breezy Tuesday, where Marlins.tv is powered by Major League Baseball. No scores. We go to the last of the second inning, where Owen Casey will lead things off for the Marlins. We were talking in the bottom of the first about how darn excellent the Seattle Mariners pitching staff has been. We could try to put some of that into context for you. How about we start here? They're coming off a homestand in which they tossed 3 shutouts and did not allow more than 3 runs in any game, and every single game featured a quality start from their staff. Casey slugs that in the air deep to right field, way back, and forget about it. Shutout streak gone for the Mariners, and it's the Marlins who strike first. Casey, a bomb, his 12th of the year.
Nice round number, RBI number 50, which keeps him second on the team in that department. Boy, Woo tried to sneak that 4-seamer by him, just wasn't going to do it. And he was another hitter that Clayton talked about when he was talking about all the hitters. How Owen Casey over the last month or so, things have really come together. He's gotten big hits, driven in some runs. That was a blast.
Good times keep rolling for the Marlins, courtesy of the long ball. They hit 12 against the A's, the most in club history in any 3-game series. Here's Marcy.
All right. Fastball, down and in, a lefty's delight. Let's see where Raleigh wanted it. Up and away, maybe out over the plate. Happy zone for Casey.
Here's Marcy. He homered in Sacramento. Another Marlins home run for healthcare this season, brought to you by Leon Medical Centers. Each Marlins homer this year means a donation to the League Against Cancer, delivering free care in South Florida. The Marlins with their 92nd long ball of the year. Marcy slams one on a line, but right at Emerson, it's short. There's one away. He's starting to come around a little bit, though.
Yeah, you knew he wanted to get in that lineup today after getting hit in the knee, because he's swinging the bat much better the last 3 or 4 games. Here's a side view. Head right down on the ball, that pitch down and in. And Owen Casey knew immediately when he made contact that was out. Off the facing.
Here is Joe Mack. Casey now solo second on the ball club in the home run department with 12.
You were talking earlier, Kyle, about the resurgence of the ball club, the arrival of Joe Mack. In his 42 starts, the Marlins, with Joe Mack behind the plate, are 27-15.
Rookies do not often make that kind of difference, but they do if you're doing what he has done behind the plate, offensively and defensively, as he waits on a 2-0. Slams that one foul into the camera well. He has been incredible, and I do think if he continues this, you are going to find that come September, Joe Mack is going to be up there in the names amidst a long, good list of those in consideration to be National League Rookie of the Year. It's 2-2. And that's saying something, because he didn't appear for the first 2 months of the year.
That's right. And to his credit, he went down to Jacksonville, worked on a few things, kept that tremendous defense alive, and has shown that terrific defense up here.
And offensively, the way he's coming around, Hunt, his last 27 games, an OPS of .950 with 7 homers and a .295 batting average. Woo is ready with a 2-2. Grounded softly left side. Emerson's got it, off balance. Trigger throw to first, picked by Naylor. 2 away after the solo shot by Casey.
Very nifty play by the 20-year-old. And yeah, I didn't get that wrong. He's just 20. Colt Emerson kind of moved J.P. Crawford over to third, but Crawford was all for it. He was okay
Correct.
with the move.
You got to be a good soldier.
Yeah.
It's not easy. These guys have egos, but when you have a young, promising prospect, and I think what many consider to be the crown jewel of the Mariners' future in Colt Emerson at shortstop, you got to make the move. Speaking of Crawford, he's in at third. Here's Sanoja. That's the 4th hit of the ball game for Miami, who averaged 11.3 per game, compiling 113 hits over their last 10 games on the road, and they're pacing rather nicely for another 11-12 hits in this one.
Talked about all the hitters that came alive on the road trip. There's one of them, and he's staying hot. Javi Sanoja hit .438 Had 14 hits and a home run, 9 RBIs on the road trip alone.
To go along with 2 triples, 2 doubles, and 3 walks. And you mentioned that .438 batting average. So Sanoha is at first. He wanted to go. Here's Liam Hicks, who singled the lead off the bottom of the first. Raleigh, a very good defensive catcher. He's caught 11 stealing or trying to this year. Gold Glover behind the plate. See the platinum emblem on his chest. And Woo, taking into consideration that Sanoha can run, checks in on him. How about that? You often see the gold gloves, but when you're a platinum glove guy, you can get the embroidered silver platinum.
You wear that proudly.
Sure do. Sanoha trying to get busy at first as Hicks takes a fastball for a strike.
Yeah, that time Woo went quick to the plate. Didn't give Javi too much of a chance.
Marlins are 36-11 when scoring first this season, the second best mark in baseball. Well, Javi just trying to time him up at first, and Hicks grounds one up the middle into center to base hit. Javi turns and burns at second. On his way to third, they're on the corners with 2 out. Well, they haven't missed the beat coming home after an off day.
Oh, it is so fun. Liam Hicks can swing the bat. Don't need rehab assignments. Just put me back on the field. Give me a bat. 2 for 2 tonight. Has a 17-game hitting streak. Right up the middle. Remember, his first base hit was to the right side of the shortstop, so he's gone a little bit to left center, up the middle. Solid slide by Sanoha. A little pop-up action.
His slides are very Trey Turner-esque. That have taken social media by storm in Turner's career. So Hicks 2 for 2. You're just joining us. Marlins leading 1-0. Owen Casey has slugged a leadoff homer here in the second. And with 2 outs, Sanoha and Hicks have singled. That'll bring Kyle Stowers to the plate, who probably comes to the plate, Hut, thinking about all the sliders and breaking balls he saw from Woo in the first. He struck out on a slider.
Yeah, Kyle playing in his 19th game now as a first baseman.
That one goes all the way to the backstop. Here comes Sanoha. Here comes a throw. It's not in time. 2-0 Miami. Gotta be a wild pitch. If they were to somehow go past ball, it would be the first of the season for Raleigh. What do you think, Hut?
Yep. He's set up. He has to reach a ways for it. I would say wild pitch, but he would say he's got to catch it. A lot closer than I thought it would be. Woo got in there in a hurry, and Raleigh pounced on that ball quickly.
Hicks at second. Stowers takes ball 2. Yeah. Stowers in the driver's seat right here. Swing and a miss. He knew he was too, and he was looking for a fastball to gobble up.
Yeah, and he got that slider again. Yeah, as a first baseman, Kyle has hit .355 with 6 home runs.
He looks good over there, and obviously he's comfortable, and he's not letting constantly thinking about the defense affect him at the plate, which you could understand if it did, trying to learn that position. So now it's 2-1 on Stowers, who continues to get a steady dose of sliders from Woo. Got a fastball that time. He swung right through it. 2-2.
And I think the other part of that with Kyle Stowers, yes, playing first base might have something to do with it, but all of a sudden we've seen his swing come around too.
Very calm stance. 2-2. Swing and a miss. Stowers strikes out for the second time. But a couple of runs on 3 hits here in the second, including a solo shot to lead off the inning courtesy of Owen Casey. His 12th of the year. It's 2-0 Miami as we go to the third.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond, with airless tires designed for exploring new frontiers. Michelin, motion for life.
Moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms can keep you out of the picture. Now, there's Skyrizi.
I've got places to go and I'm feeling free. Control of my symptoms means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
Get back in the picture. Feel significant symptom relief as early as 4 weeks. Skyrizi is proven to help visibly repair damage of the intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year, and help people achieve lasting remission.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or UC.
Skyrizi is proven to help deliver relief, repair, and remission. Ready to get back in the picture?
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's plus UC.
Top Gun Day is cleared for takeoff at loanDepot Park. Take home an exclusive Top Gun cap. Then catch the Fighting Fish take on the Cleveland Guardians. Top Gun Day, Sunday, July 12th, 1:40 p.m.
Marlins TV is presented by Warner, Hoffman, Gregg, and Garcia. As we go to the top of the third, where the Marlins have a 2-0 lead for Max Meyer, their all-star, who will not participate in the Midsummer Classic because he's pitching today. He will also wrap up the first half of the season, making another start on Sunday, which for Max will be his 20th of the year, as he faces Cole Young, the second baseman, to lead off the third.
Max will definitely participate in the festivities.
Well, one of the guys that's taking the place of Max Meyer in the All-Star game is the former Marlin Jesus Luzardo, as Young would like to appeal this strike 3 call. ABS powered by T-Mobile. We'll see if Cole Young has a case. Might be 1-2. Let's see.
Yeah, it was a sweeper, was the pitch. Not sure if it caught the bottom part of the zone.
Anticipation building. That's a ball. It's 1-2. I need to follow back up with Max Hunt. When I congratulated him in Sacramento, I said, man, no all-star break for you. It'll be a ball. I said, man, it'd be a nice hotel stay. Probably put you up. Nice digs. He goes, well, maybe. And only a way Max Meyer can. He goes, so I'll probably just text Luzardo and see if I can stay with him at his place. I said, you guys are that close? He says, yeah, we're close. I said, but you don't want the nice hotel stay? He goes, no, I'll probably just hang out at his place. So.
And now Luzardo and All-Star as well.
Yeah, which is cool. So maybe Max will still stay at his place. I don't know. But there you go. Max not starting Sunday. Will
See,
not
yeah, other guys who are also pitching on Sunday, Mizrachi and Skeens. Mizrachi pitched last night. Skeens pitching tonight.
Mizrachi last night or today? I thought it was today.
Maybe it was today. Yes, it was this afternoon.
It was pretty good. 3 runs, 3 hits, 7 innings of work. His ERA is at 1.62 on the year.
Gave up a couple of homers, and that's it.
Nice little feather in the cap of Max Meyer, though, knowing, you know what, those Skeens and those Mizrachis of the world, I was in before them. 2-2. That's downstairs for ball 3. It was 0-2 on Young. Now the count is full.
As a fan, it's unfortunate that they won't get a chance to see guys like that, though, pitch.
Right.
All Skeens, and Mizrachi, and Max Meyer. What an assortment of stuff between those 3 guys.
I know it. 3-2, grounded hard to first, backhanded by Stowers. Lovely play. You mentioned he's making his 18th start there, Hut. Looks pretty darn comfortable. Nicely done, Stowers.
Boy, that was just a sweet pick over by the line. He had to backhand it. He gets himself set. Couple of steps. There's the pick. Takes it himself. I love it when first basemen take it themselves. Don't rely on the pitcher. Take that pitcher out of the play if you can.
And the one thing that has impressed me the most, Hut, and certainly you could speak to this, he doesn't and has not seemed jittery, anxious, stressed out over there at all. Everything has been fluid. It's been smooth as Victor Robles slugs a fastball to right field, playable for Owen Casey. And there's 2 out here in the third. Robles not wasting any time. And with nobody on and 2 out, here comes Emerson, the shortstop.
So far, so good for Max Meyer here in the third. 16 in the first, 14 in the second, 8 so far here in the third.
I think what surprises a lot of people is Max holds left-handers to a little lower batting average than he does right-handers.
Bouncing ball the first. 9 pitches, 3 outs, and 9 up and 9 down for Meyer, who's perfect through 3.
There's a quiet magic at work here. One conjured through time and tradition. And powerful enough to bring any family together.
Chevy drivers across America will do a lot in the next 5 years. But one thing they won't do is pay interest on their new Chevy. Just announced. Get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1500, Equinox, and Trax models with no payments until after Labor Day. Because you've earned this summer. Now it's time to go get it.
See your South Florida Chevy dealers.
Mobil became an iconic brand by pioneering high-performance fuel and innovative rewards, earning the loyalty and trust of drivers for generations. At Mobil, history isn't just remembered, it's rewarded. And now new users can earn $10 in points with the Exxon Mobil Rewards Plus app. 5 on your first fuel purchase and 5 on your second. Legendary. Mobil.
Mark with a K loves mayonnaise. Mark with a C can't stand it. That's the job. Remember the small things. Because you make a sub for someone, not just anyone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Welcome back here to loanDepot Park on Marlins.tv. I'm Jeremy Taché here with Marlins icon, Livan Hernandez, World Series champion. And Livan, the man on the mound for the Marlins tonight, Max Meyer, tied your franchise record, starting 9-0 this season. So what stands out to you about Max, and how did it feel seeing him tie your record for the best start in Marlins history?
You know, I started in that year 9-0, and I see the guy. I told this guy that guy gonna be really good because I like the way he pitch, and I think he's one of the best pitch the Marlins have, and the guy is doing a really good job for the Marlins, and I love it. I love the way he pitch. I love the way he go on the mound, and he mix everything, so that one's good. When he mix everything, he got good velocity. Last year, he's back from Tommy John, and this year he's ready to go.
Yeah, he's showing off why he's an all-star tonight thus far. And for this team, one of the best Junes in franchise history, or the best June in franchise history, one of the best first halves the Marlins have ever had. So what do you like about this team?
I like it last year, and I like it this year. This guy, you know, it's a young team. Everybody play hard. You know, when they're young, you got to play hard and show the people what you can do in the field. And that was the way it is. You know, you have to go over there and give you the best. You're MLB player, so you have to. It's not about names, and you're young and you want to be successful in the team in this league. You have to play hard. You have to play smart and be the best you can.
Well, Livan Hernandez knows a little something about winning here with the Marlins. Thank you, Livan. Appreciate the time, guys. We'll send it back to you.
That is the 1997 World Series MVP, Livan Hernandez, as Josh Naylor over near the dugout railing puts away out number 1 here in the third.
Livan Hernandez, a two-time All-Star himself, won 178 games in his career. But I'll tell you what he'd be most proud of. He'd be most proud of the fact that he had 215 hits, 10 career home runs, and hit 221. Yeah. He loved to hit. He could swing the bat.
He is 51 years old, and I think if you needed him to take the ball in a pinch tomorrow, he'd probably do it, Hut. He's probably good for 75, 80 pitches.
He could throw strikes right now, yeah.
And I think you said before he could be here in like 5 minutes.
He's
right?
always available. He lives close by.
There's Xavier Edwards, who struck out on a Bryan Woo changeup in the first. Marlins leading 2-0. A homer by Casey in the second. And then after a pair of 2-out singles, Javier Sanoja scored on a Bryan Woo wild pitch.
I think we've seen Woo use the breaking pitch, the slider, the changeup a little bit more than he normally does. Normally, he's right around 50% with 4 seamers, 17% sinkers, so that's 67% hard stuff.
The Mariners got a good one. The 0-2 to Edwards. High chopper over the mound. Here comes Young. His throw to first, not in time. Edwards legs it out. How often have we seen that this season? These guys will never give away an at-bat, and they're always hustling 90 feet down the line.
Dan Wilson is saying, hold up. Yeah, let's take a peek at that. He liked the play that his young second baseman made, Cole Young.
Going to be close there.
It is. At first, I thought that Emerson was going to take it, the shortstop.
I think he's out. What do you think, Hut? Ball's just got to be in the circumference of the mitt, right about there. Ooh, baby, is it close. Now remember, New York is going to be able to sync up multiple angles here. They're going to use this one. They're going to use the last one. Challenge brought to you by Werner, Hoffman, Gregg, and Garcia.
Man, that's close. Is it enough to overturn?
I think there might be just enough.
Got a pretty good stretch from Josh Naylor.
Maybe not. Umpiring crew tonight, Laz Diaz, the crew chief, was the one at first with the call.
Let's hope X gets the infield base hit.
By the way, Hut, there's 2 members of this umpiring crew that are going to accept buyouts at the end of the year. They will no longer be Major League umpires. Brian O'Nora at third, Laz Diaz,
after review,
the crew
the
chief
call's
at
been
first.
overturned. The runner's out. He had to retain.
And Laz got that one wrong at first. Mariners win the challenge, but it was still nice to see him hustling down the line, wasn't it?
I think that's one of the things, because there are many, that endears this team to fans around South Florida. That's the way they play. That's the way Clayton McCullough has them playing.
Nobody out and 2 out for Griffin Conine, who hits one foul off to the left. Conine 0 for 1 tonight, now 0 for his last 14 at the plate. So the umpires, they're going to retire at the end of the year. C.D. Buckner, Laz Diaz, Brian O'Nora, Lance Barksdale, Marvin Hudson, Tony Randazzo. Those guys accepting buyouts. And Andy Fletcher the last. The 0-1 is hit softly on a line into left. And that's going to get down for a base hit for Griffin Conine, who snaps an 0 for 14 with a 2-out single here in the third.
Yeah, a lot of times you bust yourself out of a little mini slump with a nice swing just like that. Taking the ball the other way, got the changeup, stayed back on it, probably got it off the end of the bat, but served it out to left field nicely. You know, he had that great series at Coors Field in Denver. What was he, 5 for 8? Hit a home run, but then he was 0 for Sacramento. So good to see him with that swing there. That's a good swing.
They had to yank Griff out of the plane leaving Denver. He was weeping. I don't want to leave. He was asked why, and he said, I can't get out of Coors Field. Owen Casey sent one out of here in a hurry in the second, his 12th homer of the year. It's good for solo second now in the ball club. You mentioned the even 50 RBIs. How about the Marlins already with 6 hits off Bryan Woo in this one, leading 2-0, and Max Meyer looks terrific so far.
Yeah, you and Gabby were having a whole lot of fun with all the long balls and extra base hits. Coors Field, Sacramento.
Crazy. 1-1 coming to Casey. Ben's in there for a strike.
I think what really set the tone of that road trip, though, was taking 2 out of 3 in St. Louis against a real tough Cardinals team.
I agree. And had a very real opportunity to sweep him on that Sunday when Tyler Phillips was outdueled on the mound. 1-2 coming here from Woo. 2-2. And one thing the Marlins have done really well lately that the Mariners cannot say the same about. Marlins have played much better on the road. They're now 21-25 away from loanDepot Park, which is a far cry from what their record displayed about a month ago this time. Mariners have lost 8 of their last 11 away from T-Mobile Park. 2-2 misses, and with 2 outs now, Conine will be on the move at first. Marlins are 28-17 here at home from June 25th through July 23rd. Only 6 home games. That's 29 calendar days. It's just this homestand. Runner goes. Casey takes inside for ball 4. Terrific plate appearance for Owen Casey. 2 aboard with 2 out for Marcy now. And a quick message from Doral Kia.
Take advantage of a pricito now on all of your favorite new Kia models. Like a new Kia K5, Sportage, Sorento, Soul, and more.
See, the Marlins have gotten Woo a little bit out of his game.
Yep.
A guy who's a fastball pitcher, 4 seamers. When he threw that 3-2 slider to Owen Casey.
There's Marcy lined out to short, his first at bat as he takes strike 1 on the inside corner. Marcy is hitting 3 straights and snapping a 2 for 39 funk at the plate. Nothing he was going to do with that first pitch fastball from Woo. Whose ERA is sitting at 4.24 after a shaky first couple of innings. So nice to see Marcy get off the schneid, hit that big homer in Sacramento. Just smiling from ear to ear. Marcy out in front of that slider. That caught one of the Mariners at the end of the far end of the dugout there down the first baseline.
Yeah, then he had that base hit, his first AB on Sunday, and then had to leave the game. Next time up, got hit in the knee.
And that was bone on bone. X-rays were negative. He is a tough cookie, old football player he is in high school. Whew. And he doesn't flinch there, even though that sinker's running in on that front knee at 97 miles an hour.
That's one of those bets you could have made. Sure thing. Yeah, Marcy will be in the lineup tonight.
As long as he can walk, he'll play. Woo is ready with his 53rd pitch. Not yet through the 3rd 2-2. That is a soft liner into right field. Big 2-out base hit from Jacob Marcy. Here comes Griffin Conine. He scores. 3-0. Marlins lead. Don't let him get hot.
Boy, if Jacob Marcy goes on a tear and gets hot, it's just more to the party. Remember that line drive he hit first time up? This one he might have gotten off the end of the bat, didn't hit as hard, but got himself a huge base hit with 2 out to drive in a run.
So 2 of the 3 runs now for the Marlins have come with 2 outs in this ball game. Here is Joe Mack, who grounded out to short in the 2nd. Throw over to first. We'll see if Marcy, with 18 stolen bases, that still is good for the team lead, thinks about going here. Got some speed at 3rd. If Marcy goes, will Raleigh throw through? We'll see.
That'll give us a little indication of how that knee is, too.
That's true. He's got a fairly healthy lead. He's not going. As Mack lays off a fastball. Just missed low. Here's your runners on. Casey at 3rd, Marcy at 1st. They play Mack to pull, and Joe hits that foul. He was attacking a slider that time. If only he could just guide one through the left side here, because Emerson is playing him straight up the middle, and Crawford has to keep a fairly close eye on Casey at 3rd. Look at that hole on the left side of the infield.
And look how close Emerson is to being in a shift mode.
Right. Close to committing a violation. And he bounces one to the right side. Young will throw him out, but the Marlins get another run. They do it on 2 hits. They lead 3-0.
Pipi lasagna! Ah! Radmila Mikosa! Hello!
Summon same-day Wi-Fi for instant online magic and lock in your price for 5 years. Xfinity. Imagine that. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Rated PG.
When you save with Teachers, you're making smart financial decisions. And when you make smart financial decisions, you get home loans with great rates and low fees. The kind of home loans that get you into your dream neighborhood. And when you move into your dream home, you get dream neighbors. The kind of dream neighbors like New York baseball legend Mike Piazza. And when you have neighbors like Mike Piazza, you get the Hall of Fame treatment. Saving with Teachers is smart. Where will smart take you? Teachers Federal Credit Union. Smart for all.
Did he just leave?
Gravite, the new cologne for men by Particle. Visit trygravite.com. Use the promo code and get 25% off.
Bring him back, please.
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, is now available with the big crispy chicken sandwich that's so big the McDonald's McCrispy has nowhere to hide. Oh, never mind. It was hiding right there. Hey, little fella. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
Top of the 4th inning, FPL brings you the scoreboard. Marlins with 3 runs on 7 hits through 3 turns at the plate. Boys coming back home feeling mighty darn fine. They are working on a win here tonight. It is brought to you by the Home Depot. And look at the best records in baseball, not since June 13th of 2026. June 13th of 2025. The Miami Marlins have one of the best 6 records in all of Major League Baseball. More wins than the Yankees, tied in the win percentage column. Mariners right up there as well.
You and I were talking before the game, Kyle. You had a great note on Clayton McCullough, too, since his taking over with the ball club winning.
Yeah, well, in general, over the course of these first 2 years, this is a guy that's led this team to more wins than losses.
Yeah.
And I don't understand why people continue to doubt Clayton's managerial abilities. He does an outstanding job leading the franchise. More often than not this season, he has pulled every right trigger when it comes to pinch hitting. And he and his staff are in lockstep with one another. And so, too, is the front office. And they're 49-42. This team is in playoff position. And I hope the fans recognize that, because Clayton deserves a lot of the credit here.
Yeah, I don't think there are any teams that are going to outwork the Marlins either.
Nope. It's a team-wide effort, and Clayton would be the first to push aside any credit where it might be due his way. But he and his staff have done a terrific job with this young group of men. Swing and a miss by J.P. Crawford. See you later. Second time tonight, Crawford has struck out. Make sure you celebrate Military Appreciation Night with the Marlins. Join us on Friday at 7:10 when the Marlins take on the Guardians. And score an exclusive Military Appreciation jersey with your ticket package. Presented by Warner Hoffman, Greg and Garcia, South Florida's injury law firm. You can get your tickets at marlins.com/military. As Meyer comes inside on a Rosarena, it's 1-0. Rosarena grounded out to Lopez in the first. He's got 41 RBIs, 19 stolen bases. He's having a really nice career as Randy Rosarena, who was recently named, as I mentioned earlier, to his 3rd All-Star team. Nice career. In his 8th season. He was the Rookie of the Year not too long ago. Soft liner into right, and the Mariners have their first hit of the ball game. It's the first hit allowed by Miami starting pitching in 10 1/3 innings.
Yeah, ball stayed up a little bit. Rosarena has been on a little bit of a hot streak. He's 5 for his last 9. He just stayed back and served it into right field.
Three 0 Miami, top of the fourth. Here's Canzone. He hits one in the air to left center field, pretty deep. Marcy's going back, starting to run out of room, but he reels it in for out number 2. And Rosarena will retreat to first.
That's a deep part out there at that PNC Bank sign, but Jacob Marcy just casually went after it and put it away.
Oh, with 2 out, here's Cal Raleigh. Even amidst a rotten season for the Mariners catcher, he is still a total threat at the plate as he takes a sweep around the corner for strike 1.
You know, even in his 60 home run season last year, he continued it. He hit 4 in the ALCS against Toronto.
Quick snap throw over to first.
Seattle doesn't have a lot of guys that'll run, but Rosarena is one of them.
Yeah. Leads the ball club with 19 stolen bases. Getting a little bit older, but he hasn't lost a whole lot of speed. He's got a big lead. And Meyer misses outside. Well, if he's going to think about running, he better be careful with Joe Mack behind the plate, who is second among catchers in all of baseball with 16 runners caught stealing. William Contreras is first in the league with 17. He's started 27 more games than Joe Mack. He's not going. There's a swing and a miss. It's 1-2 now.
Yeah, Joe Mack about 41% in throwing runners out. League average about 24.
Second in baseball with 27 fewer starts than the guy that's in first.
Yeah.
In caught stealing. It's insane. 1-2. There he goes. Here's the throw down to second. See you later, Joe Mack.
Talk about it, and it happens.
Why do they even bother? No chance.
This is gonna do it. The Marlins walk off with a grand slam.
Choose it today. Use it tomorrow. Next day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Our best lineup is here. Lowe's.
Well, all this to hang a plant?
Well, you know what they say, Marty. Measure once with the wrong tools, you got a job half done, something out, right?
That's so true.
Oh, and Marty, thank you for getting this.
I didn't.
You didn't?
I didn't.
Well, you should.
Okay, I will. Because I earn unlimited 2% cash rewards with my Wells Fargo Active Cash Card. Why so many doorknobs?
Impulse buy. Ah, you must see a lot of that.
The Active Cash credit card from Wells Fargo. Terms apply.
We're all guilty of the old one-trip wonder.
You got this.
You all right there? Yep. And while bundling groceries can be quite a handful, bundling with Geico is a breeze.
Should we?
Probably.
Plus, you can save hundreds when you combine your home and car insurance. Oh dear. Need a hand?
It feels good to bundle better. It feels good to Geico.
Summer's on, and with Marlins baseball, the fun is just getting started. Stay cool under our roof with nonstop entertainment for the whole family. Rain or shine, we're here to play. Play all summer with the Miami Marlins, your home for family fun. The Miami Marlins this week announced a comprehensive relief effort to support communities impacted by a devastating earthquakes in Venezuela, including a $100,000 donation. And earlier this morning at the Global Empowerment Mission headquarters in Doral, Javier Sinoja, Otto Lopez, Clayton McCullough, his family, Caroline O'Connor, they were all on hand to help with the delivery of initial collection of relief supplies to the GEM headquarters. Now Alex Parker, the Marlins chief of brand, there as well as Javier Sinoja. Speaking of, leads things off here in the fourth. And you can join the Marlins in supporting Venezuela by purchasing your 50-50 raffle tickets during this Mariners series to help provide relief for those impacted by the recent earthquakes. One winner is going to take home 50% of the net proceeds, while the remaining funds will support relief earthquake efforts. You can buy your tickets at marlins5050.marlins.com. And additionally, we mentioned this on the road trip, you can buy $5 tickets for this entire series. I don't need to provide you with 100 different reasons why you should buy a $5 ticket to, number one, help out those in need. And by the way, $5 is going to get you an opportunity to watch the best team in baseball. There's your 50-50 raffle so far.
And watch the exciting Venezuelan player, Javi Sinoja.
Who pops this one up left side of the infield for J.P. Crawford, one away.
I was able to chat briefly with Javi before the game. He was standing around the batting cage and talking to him about the devastation in Venezuela. But fortunately for him and his family's safe and everybody's a-okay.
Oh, I'll tell you what, Hud, I talked to you a little bit, but I know you weren't there. Heartbreaking to see that kid in the dugout in St. Louis talking.
Yes,
I think a lot of people, myself included, you don't understand what those people are going through, and then you see some of the Venezuelan ball players who have been impacted. You know, Wilson Contreras trying to explain some of his recent outbursts and some of what's been going on. It's just it's heartbreaking for some of those young men playing. As Liam Hicks takes a changeup outside for ball one. But good on the Marlins. Marlins principal owner Bruce Sherman, president of business Caroline O'Connor, everybody else involved to make sure the Marlins are doing their small part to help those in need. Not too far from Miami in Venezuela. As the 1-1 to Hicks hit foul. It was a changeup, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Yeah, I know you read the story about the young catcher with the Dodgers.
Oh,
Alfonso, that you talk about heart-wrenching.
Same day he gets called up. It was his mother and sister. I know it was his sister.
Couple of family members.
A couple of family members they finally found buried in the rubble, and the kid goes out there and makes his debut. Just and if that wasn't enough, Dodger Stadium, which feels like it seats 100,000, come to their feet when the kid comes to the plate. 2-2 to Hicks. That's a liner out towards left center. That'll split them both and go all the way to the wall. Liam is 3 for 3. He's got a double. Oh, he wants a triple. Here comes a throw. Not in time. Hicks was sniffing a triple. He's got a 3-bagger. What took so long, I wonder?
Always a good choice when there's just one out to get yourself over to third base.
He was ready to break it down at second. We'll have to get a look at the replay here to see what took so long out there in left center.
A little stutter step, I think, but just another beautiful swing. Liam 3 for 3. He's hit the ball all over. Got gap power. They had a little trouble as this ball kind of bounced upward. A couple of little bobbles, not a lot. And I think once he saw that, he decided to go to third.
And here is Kyle Stowers. He was looking to redeem himself after he struck out in the first and second. Runner at third. The infield is in. And the Marlins cash in their 4th run of the night. 1-1 on Kyle. Well, he has seen everything that Woo has to offer through 2 trips to the plate. This is his 3rd. Can he put something in play? Can he drive him in? Ooh.
Hey, we saw a wild pitch earlier. By the way, that was Liam's 3rd career triple. His 2nd this year. And it also, his 3 for 3, gets his average to 297.
Marlins have 3 runs on 8 hits. Stowers waits on a 2-1. Swing and a drive right field. On a line, sinking fast. Raley makes the catch. Here comes Hicks. He's going to score. Stowers gets robbed, but it amounts to a sac fly, and it's 4-0 Miami. That ball was scalded, but he finally timed up something from Woo at the perfect time.
Well, he made contact, and it's a little thing, but really nice base running by Liam Hicks. A lot of runners will go too early at third. They'll think that ball's going to sink. But line drive, fly ball, tag up. That's what you're always told. Line drive, he tags up after the ball's caught and is able to come in and score.
So the stretch of consecutive quality starts for the Mariners comes to an end. And the nightmare that is pitching on the road for Bryan Woo continues in game 1 of this 3-game series against the Marlins.
The other thing, it's going to be hard pressed for Woo to go 6 innings. And it's something that he's done 12 out of 17 times this year. And since 2025, he has the most games in the major leagues of 6 or more innings and 2 walks or fewer. 39 times he's done that.
You want to know the plate appearance in this game that really sticks out to me is the Owen Casey 2-out walk in the 3rd that set up the Marcy RBI single that forced Woo to throw more pitches in that inning as Lopez chops one foul. But I think that was also just a microcosm of what we have seen from this ball club all season long. Even when things at times weren't going well, they were just and have been in relentless pursuit of quality plate appearances and ABs. Make you work. 2-2. Chopper out towards second. Young's got that. Has to get rid of it quickly, and the side is retired. Marlins get a run on a hit, a triple from Hicks. It's 4-0 after 4.
Fresh starts. Lots of choices. And an easy DIY way to protect your entire world with ADT Blue. Inside, outside, everywhere. With new tech and actual people ready to help when you need it most.
I'll stay with you until they arrive.
When you get ADT Blue, we've got you.
You hit your personal best, vowed to never rest, destined for new heights under Friday night lights. Weekends at the rec leagues, home runs in the big leagues. At the heartache of pain, trust experts with your game. With leading edge care on sprains, strains, or tears, and research that's academic based, come back at your own pace. The University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute is ready to help you recover your game.
Hey, you just earned 5% cash back on that. He's a real heartbreaker. You just earned 5% cash back on that.
And this is from the woman over there.
You just earned 5% cash back on that. Also, if I start a conga line, will you join?
Earn 5% cash back at different categories each quarter on up to $1,500 in purchases when you activate.
Unos tacos watching the game? Delicious. But if you have them with Pepsi, it's like scoring a last-minute golazo de chilena para ganar la final contra el equipo de tu novio.
Simplemente sabe mejor.
4-0 after 4. Top of the 5th inning scoreboard brought to you by Werner Hoffman, Greg, and Garcia. So far, so good for Max Meyer, who's recorded 12 outs, given up 1 hit. Look at his outs by pitch type here, Hud.
Yeah, look at the four-seamer. 6 of the outs on the four-seamer. Talked about that, how that's been key for him to set up the sweeper and the slider.
He was perfect through 3, allowed a 1-out single to Arozarena in the 4th. But lo and behold, it was Randy Arozarena who tried to test the howitzer, which is the right arm of Joe Mack, and he promptly threw him out down the inning.
You know, the problem with the Arozarena right there, he wasn't listening to us.
You're right. We are reaching a point, though, I do believe, with Joe Mack's prowess to nab runners behind the plate, that teams will start to shut down the running game. I do think it's to that level now as Raleigh takes upstairs for ball 2. He's now caught 17 stealing, and he's allowed 23 stolen bases. That's a ridiculous percentage. 2-1 on Raleigh, who hammers that past the diving Stowers down the right field line into the corner. Digging it out is Owen Casey. It's still rattling around, but Raleigh will pull into second with a double. He hasn't seen many of those this season. Leadoff base hit for the Mariners.
Yeah, he just hasn't seen many extra base hits. You know, I thought it was nicely played by Owen Casey. Once the ball kind of trickled past him a little bit, you also, as an outfielder, you know the speed of the runners, and Casey knows that Raleigh doesn't run that well. Now the ball gets away, but he came up then and just fired it quickly back into the cutoff man.
Just the 6th double of the season for Cal Raleigh, who piled up 24 doubles and 60 homers and 125 RBIs last year as Josh Naylor lays off a sinker downstairs for ball 1. 60 home runs last season for Cal Raleigh. Just incredible. Josh Naylor has found himself in some hot water lately with one of his former teammates with the Guardians and Austin Hedges. Those two were going at it. Naylor seemingly the other day was hit by a pitch and he kind of stuck that right elbow into it, and him and his old teammate Austin Hedges, who he actually was traded alongside, they played together for a long time, started to go at it from first and behind the plate, and Hedges was yelling at him, "Nobody likes you. Nobody likes you." And obviously that caught the ire of many on social media. Naylor hits one sharply to second, eats up Edwards, but a big hang with him there. He's got it on the backhand. Going second to third is Raleigh, but Naylor's out 4-3. Yeah, there's one away. Make sure you join the Marlins for a pregame Sunday brunch on July 26 at 1:40, presented by Free AF. A special package includes a game ticket, a 2-course brunch, 2 hours of bottomless mimosas, plus unlimited soft drinks, coffee, and cafecito. Get your tickets now at marlins.com/brunch. I'm sure that's a concoction you want to try. Multiple cafecito and unlimited mimosas.
What's your first go-to at a brunch?
You know, probably a freshly squeezed orange juice. We'll start there and we'll start to settle in after that.
Are you going for the orange juice first?
Freshly squeezed. Yes, sir. Yourself? Sorry, I didn't ask.
I'm after the pancakes first.
Yeah?
You know, I might wash it down with an orange juice, but
anything in the orange juice?
It depends on what time the brunch starts.
Well, leading 4-0, the Marlins infield's going to play back here.
Yeah, this is the situation. Okay, ground ball in the infield. You're going to give the Mariners the run. You already have a 4-0 lead. Outs become very important.
Raley takes high for ball 2. This is the first inning. The Mariners are really making Max Meyer work with any type of threat on the base paths. Liner to center. Here comes Marcy. He makes the catch. Raleigh's going to tag. And the throw coming in towards the plate, not in time. I think the Marlins want to take a look at third. Felt to me like Raleigh may have gotten a head start. Did he leave early? No, but it was close. I wonder if the Marlins will take a look at this. They will not. Boy, the entirety of the infield was convinced.
Yeah, there were a lot of guys
left early.
A lot of guys pointing over there. Let's see.
Oh, maybe it was close, but it looks like he left right on time. So a sac fly for Raley has given the Mariners their first run of the ball game. It's 4-1 now. Oh, look out. Cole Young 0 for 1, grounded out in the third. It's in his second big league season, and Young hits one deep to right field. Owen Casey goes back into the corner looking up, and it's gone for Young. That's his 10th homer of the year. And the Mariners have chopped this 4-0 lead in half here in the 5th. It's 4-2.
Yeah, Young had a 2-homer game about a week ago against the Angels. So all of a sudden, just like that, it's a 2-run game. So Young took care of that four-seamer. The location wasn't quite where they wanted it, and a hot hitter took care of it.
And the first row of the seats out there and right. Here's Robles. They have, by the way, in the bottom of the fourth, charged Victor Robles with his first error of the year. Speaking of Robles.
So they give Liam a double?
Double for Liam. Goes the third on the E8. Scores on the sac fly. That run is unearned. Check swing dribbler. 0-2 on Robles. Make sure you stay tuned till the 7th inning for the stretch. Brought to you by Celsius.
You know, Victor Robles, one of those guys. He's playing in his 66th game against the Marlins. We saw him all those years when he was with Washington.
A very respectable .274 hitter in his first 65 games against Miami. 6 homers, 23 RBIs. He was the starting center fielder for the historic 2019 Washington Nationals ball club. That year he hit 17 homers, stole 28 bases, a Gold Glove finalist. He had some really good years. And Robles flies one out towards the gap in right center. Should get Marcy out of the inning, but he allows a couple of runs. We're halfway home. It's 4-2.
Mr. Conine, sign our balls. Yeah, please sign our balls.
No problem. So, who do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer like my dad. Me too. Our dad is an all-star lawyer.
That's amazing. You got such great role models at home. And plenty out here in the field, too.
So, I ran some numbers. You guys might want to consider moving.
Somewhere else?
I doubt it.
These shall ease your grievous throat most readily.
Or maybe a saltwater gargle.
Sold. Congratulations, sir. That is a new record.
You realize a JPEG doesn't count as a financial plan, right?
Maybe. I mean, yes. No?
PNC Bank believes a little boring advice goes a long way.
The Jimenez family are having battery issues, but an AutoZoner helps them find the right Duralast battery.
Celebrate free at AutoZone. Free products with exclusive deals now through July 27th.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome back. Marlins lead 4-2 here in the 5th. Today's starter for the Mariners, Bryan Woo, just set the T-Mobile Park record for consecutive scoreless innings. 32 straight out in Seattle. That broke a record held by Jamie Moyer and King Felix Hernandez, who's actually here tonight watching Woo. But that said, Woo has been pretty dreadful on the road. He's known for his introspective press conferences, and I checked his out after his last start because he still talked about the road struggles despite setting the record. He gave one of my favorite self-reflective answers I've ever heard, guys. He said, honestly, I think the answer is that there is no answer. Yogi Berra-esque.
Yes, it is. Thank you, Jeremy. Xavier Edwards leading things off. That flashes off the leather of Naylor. Here's a throw to first. That's not in time. They challenged to play at first with Edwards running earlier. That one rattled off the cage of Naylor, and it deflected perfectly to Young, but they're not going to get him this time.
Yeah, I don't think no challenge. I think he beat that one out and should be a base hit.
Should be a base hit, right? Clearly safe there. It was hit fairly hard towards Naylor, but only 82 miles an hour off the bat. I don't know. The more I look at that one, Hut, might be a play that should be made in the major leagues. We'll see if they go hit or error.
There's quite a career for King Felix, by the way. 15-year career, all with Seattle. 6-time All-Star, Cy Young winner.
I know it was of Much debate on Sunday, but King Felix authored the 23rd perfect game in Major League history on August 15th of 2012. Domingo Germán the latest in June of 2023. 15 seasons for Felix, 6-time All-Star, won the Cy Young in 2010. We were not working the game hut and don't need to get too far down the rabbit hole, but just curious to hear your take after the festivities on Sunday with Yuri. 1 ball, 1 strike to count on Conine. And pitch coming. Hits it foul.
You know, I think the Yuri situation, to me, is cut and dry, but you break it down as a fan and what you want for your ball club. And as I've told people, you want Yuri Perez healthy and pitching strong games in September and possibly postseason. So because of that, making just his 3rd start after an IL stint, having undergone Tommy John surgery, because of all that, you don't want to trust it. But I will say this, as a fan, I understand why fans are upset, but I think Clayton McCullough made the right decision.
Yes, he did, and that right there is the big picture. I know this will be unpopular, but Sunday in with Yuri, as Casey shows bunt and pulls back for a strike. That kid's health in this Marlins season was more important than a perfect game. And I know it's a big part of history. Totally understand, but Clayton made the right decision. So we move along. We'll see Yuri one more time before the All-Star break. The 0-1 to Casey misses high. He absolutely walloped the homer back in the 2nd.
Crazy part about that game is that, you know, they're bombs away. The Marlins had 8 runs, and all of a sudden you go, oh, wait a minute. Yuri hasn't given up a base hit or allowed a base run.
Nah, Casey not happy. He just got underneath that slider, sends it high in the air out towards left center. Backpedaling was Robles, tagging is Edwards, and the throw was cut off. Boy, that's heads-up base running by Edwards, who saw Robles stumbling onto the warning track and felt like he could make it to second, and he did. But they called him out, and the Marlins will challenge. They called Edwards out.
I think the ball was cut off from the throw from Robles. In the slide, I think a little too soon.
Oops.
It took him a while, but I think he got the hand there before the tag. It's like you want to tell youngsters to close your eyes on this. You don't want to slide like this. I think the hand's on the bag.
Yeah.
I think he's safe.
And the Mariners are walking back out onto the field. He looked like Shamu when they go up onto the deck, but there's no water. You just get stuck.
Yeah, this is not going to be on a how-to slide video.
Right.
Landing, hands got down, legs go up. I know over the years I've been involved in some landings like that after long road trips.
Right. Yeah,
but I think he's safe.
There could be some masking tape out there near second base tomorrow from his teammates giving him a little ribbing.
I always remember that back in the old football stadium. Cliff Floyd made a great catch against the wall, ran into the wall, and the next day they had tape in the shape of the body right in the same area.
After review, the call's been overturned. The runner is safe. Miami retains.
All right, as we thought.
At least Floyd's probably wasn't as bad as Chad Qualls.
No.
So the call is overturned out there at second.
X is saying, all right, you don't have to show it again. But it was a good base running effort to get there with 2 out.
Probably a little embarrassed. Well, the Marlins successfully overturned the challenge, and a chance for Marcy. Already has 1 RBI single as he takes strike 1 on the inside corner. He put together a quality AB in the 3rd with 2 outs and 2 on, I'll tell you. Started to come out of it a little bit in Sacramento on the road trip. Coming out of it a little bit more here tonight. Stacking days as he hits that foul. He finds himself down 0-2.
I think one of the things that hit he got in Sacramento before he got hurt was a line drive into left field, and that's always good to see.
Oh, 2 now from Woo. By the way, so lost in all the shuffle of the challenge, it was still a nice tag up by Edwards.
Yeah. Oh, good base run.
Yeah, very good. Just trying to stretch out that back a little bit. Probably didn't feel all that good with that dive. So for Woo, this will be pitch 87 of his outing. And a ground ball to second. Young's got it, and nothing doing for the Marlins here in the 5th, who lead 4-2. We go to the 6th.
At the Home Depot, we've got 4th of July savings and all your appliance answers.
I want something to simplify my day.
Get a GE profile fridge that lends a helping hand and all-in-one laundry in a new eye-catching color. Find your appliance answers now at the Home Depot.
Music is absolutely a connective tissue for me in my life. I am the creative director of Ybor City Records, which is a little grassroots label here in the Tampa Bay area. Behind our house, we have a studio that I've renovated, mostly on my own. We do a lot of our recording and rehearsing, songwriter sessions, all out of that building. So being able to rely on the piece that we have at home, keeping things connected, Spectrum for us is critical. Being able to be connected digitally is being able to stay local and still reach the entire world. Keeping that creative pursuit and passion alive is really important. To do that, you have to stay efficient and using everything available to us to stay on track. For us, that's could be screen sharing over a session rather than flying back and forth to locations. Anything that will help us stay on top of it, stay connected so that I can get as much done as possible, so that I can still be present for my wife, be present for my daughter, be present for myself and the songwriting community that I'm a part of. I'm going nonstop. Being able to stay connected, having Spectrum keeps me going.
Introducing B of A Rewards. Wherever your ambitions take you, our new loyalty program starts with a Bank of America checking account and grows from there. Open or enroll today. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America.
Let's check out our Ocean Bank Making Waves minor league report. Carson Milbrandt, the lone player to represent the Marlins in the MLB All-Stars Futures game. You can check out some of the stats there. He spent 3 seasons in Beloit before making the jump to both Pensacola and Jacksonville. Last year, I chatted with his manager up there in Beloit, Angel Espada. He referred to him as a bulldog, a guy who wants to compete more than anybody else. And Milbrandt credited the throw nasty strikes mentality for helping him evolve, guys.
Nasty strikes has found itself all the way to the major leagues, where the Marlins have done plenty of that this year. Thank you, Jeremy. Nice to have you with us tonight. And thank you to all of you joining us on Marlins.tv, powered by Major League Baseball. Marlins with a 4-2 lead over the Mariners. Marlins got 2 in the second, 1 in the third, 1 in the fourth. Colt Emerson lays off a sweeper.
It's always good to see some of the nice minor league awards. The Marlins June Next Wave Awards. Saw those the other day. Cam Canarella, kind of watching his career. Hitter of the month.
Tell you what, under Peter Bendick's watchful eye, his guidance and leadership, I think you'd be hard-pressed to find another period in this organization's history they've been as deep as they are currently in the minor leagues. Now, I don't know, maybe you'll find other periods where there were these 5-tool prospects, if you're thinking the Ozunas, the Yeliches, the Real Mutos, the Stantons, those type of guys. But at least for my money, the organization, top to bottom, has never been deeper and littered with good talent. As the 3-1 to Emerson missed inside for ball 4. And Max Meyer has walked his first of the night. So Jeremy was telling you about Carson Milbrandt. We can speculate a little bit further because on the 4th of July, Jansen Junk made a rehab outing for AAA Jacksonville. Went 3 innings and allowed a run on 5 hits, no walks, 3 strikeouts. And earlier this afternoon here at loanDepot Park, he was out throwing a pitch design session. He is very close to returning. Here is J.P. Crawford, and he takes a called strike. If you look at Fangraphs, They have actually penciled in Jansen Junk to face Bryce Miller on Thursday. That is a very real possibility, although the Marlins have not confirmed anything on that end yet. But when we know something, you will as well. Crawford has struck out a pair of times tonight. Max Meyer starting to labor a little bit going back to the beginning of the fifth.
You go back to last inning, and to see him fall behind a little bit, we didn't see that through the first 4. And then issuing the leadoff walk here to Emerson.
Soft liner to left. Here comes Conine into a dive, and he can't make the catch. Nicely done at the very least to keep that ball in front of him. And a tying run is aboard for the Mariners here in the 6th.
You know, we've come so used to seeing Griffin Conine make those plays. I think this ball just died on him. It just died on him. He thought he'd get there a little bit quicker. He couldn't quite get there. Now one hop, he didn't get there. So yeah, that ball really died on him.
You know, a bigger conversation point here, and you had mentioned this earlier, Max Meyer already setting career highs in a multitude of categories, including games started. He'll make 2 more this week, including tonight. Randy Arozarena takes a high strike call. He'll challenge. It looks like this one's coming the other way. This is a Mariners challenge. ABS powered by T-Mobile. Again, I think Arozarena's got a nice case here. It's a high slider called a strike. That is a ball. Hut, I will ask you, how closely will Max Meyer start to be monitored? He's made 19 starts, including tonight, with another 11 to 12 to go. That's going to be a lot.
Yeah, very closely. Very closely.
Well, Emerson bouncing off second. Got to be careful. And that missed inside on Joe Mack. Do you see him take a peek at the inside corner of the plate there, Joe? Just to see if he wanted to challenge that or not?
Just to see. Yeah, because in the case of Max Meyer, he's another arm that you want ready to be strong in September.
Oh, there's ball 3. He's starting to lose it a little bit out of nowhere. And there is activity in the bullpen for Miami. Michael Peterson loosening. The last thing you want to do is start walking the Mariners, and they are hard pressed to score runs and hit the ball. They are 27th in average coming into the night. Oh, there's ball 4. Meyer's in trouble. Now that 4-0 lead turned 4-2 is feeling a little bit tenuous. And Clayton McCullough is telling Joe Mack, I'll tell you when to go to the mound. Be patient here. Just walk out there and walk slowly, and let's buy Michael Peterson another pitch or 2. So the question now is that going to be it? And I think it might be.
Yeah, I think it might be. And you can get a lot of time for Michael Peterson down there because Joe going out. Now here comes Clayton. That will allow him a few more pitches. And I think in looking out there, I think he's ready. But it went quickly for Max Meyer here in this 6th inning.
He's a bulldog. He's not happy. He just walked off the back of the mound, but he's brought this upon himself here in the 6th. And Max is coming out. Clayton's going to take the ball from him, and he's going to Michael Peterson. Big situation coming up when we return.
Whoever said fork in the road must have been hungry. Hungry for the Sorrento and the capability that keeps going wherever life takes you. So go ahead, take the fork in the road. With the capable Sorrento, every way forward is the right way. Visit your local Kia dealer today.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
When I got the news,
my whole world stopped.
I had cancer. My first choice for care was clear. Only Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center had treatments no one else could offer, and a team of experts for my cancer.
Always by my side.
Only Sylvester could get me back. Here. Here.
Here.
Miami Marlins baseball is brought to you by Doral Kia, home of the Pricito. And by the Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. Earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases. Terms apply. Marlins in a real pinch here. We're in the top of the 6th inning. Owen Casey with a big homer tonight to get the offensive party started for the Marlins. But the Marlins are in trouble here. Max Meyer, he allowed the leadoff double to Cal Raleigh in the 5th. And then he just had a hard time recovering. He's issued a pair of walks and a single here in the 6th. Bases loaded for Seattle with nobody out. And here's Michael Peterson, who just pitched 4 times on the road trip. Last worked on Sunday. First pitch here to Dominic Canzone, misses up and away. He had to work out of a mess that Lake Bacher left him on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, he was busy a couple of times in Sacramento, once in Denver, once in St. Louis. But he's done a nice job. He's filled a really key role for Clayton out of that bullpen.
Well, that's a good slider there, and the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. This is as much about limiting the damage as it's not necessarily about finding a way to get out of this unscathed. Marlins infield is back. They would gladly take a 2-for-1 here. And a bouncer to first. Stowers is coming to the plate, and a pick by Mack. They got him. Oh my gosh.
How about the pick?
The kid is unbelievable, Tommy. The kid is flat out unbelievable. He just saved Kyle Stowers bacon at first. And the Mariners will not challenge. And a king-size first out here in the 6th inning for Michael Peterson.
I tell you, I'm really surprised Kyle came up and went to the plate. He got the nice 1 hop. But keep in mind, that's a catcher's mitt. That's not a big outfielder's glove or a first baseman's glove.
Stowers short-armed it a little bit.
Yeah, came up short, the 1 hop. Nice stretch, and all of a sudden Joe Mack now becomes a first baseman, stretching out and making that play.
And here is Cal Raleigh. Base is still loaded. Now there's 1 out to pitch. Oh, he was all over a fastball, 0-1. So they force out Crawford at home. Emerson's at 3rd. Arozarena at 2nd. Canzone is on at 1st after the fielder's choice. Raleigh 1 for 2 tonight. Doubled and scored in the 5th. On the Raley sac fly to center. There's the defense for Miami.
Obviously playing him to pull. Michael Peterson leads the bullpen with 14 holds. He'd certainly like to get 1 here.
He'd also like Raleigh to bounce into his 5th double play of the year. But now he's going to go for that strikeout. He's ahead of him 1-2. And this is where Peterson has got that swing and miss stuff this season. He's got it oftentimes, Hut, with that high elevated fastball. He loves to go up there in these 2-strike situations.
Yeah, he does. He is a guy who can pitch up in the zone because he has that kind of velocity.
1-2. Got him! Oh, a fastball at 99. Take a seat, Cal Raleigh. There's 2 away.
Not only does he have the velocity with his height, extension, and length, and all of that put together, the delivery, he just rides that heat up in the zone.
Well, shame on me for suggesting this was about limiting the damage and not finding a way to get out of it, because Peterson is on the verge of doing just that with Josh Naylor at the plate. But another dangerous bat at the dish for the Mariners. The pitch misses low, ball 1. Naylor's 0 for 2. Tying run at 2nd. Peterson trying to save the day on in relief of Max Meyer. The 1-0. Fouled off. That was a 100-mile-an-hour fastball.
So Peterson facing certainly a guy who knows these situations. He had a big ALCS for Seattle last year against Toronto. Hit 3 home runs, hit over 400.
1-2. Well, Naylor is striking out percentage-wise the least he has in the last couple of years, striking out only about 12% of the time. He's also not hitting the ball that hard either. Oh, nice Tuesday night crowd at loanDepot Park will rise to their feet here in the 6th as Naylor asks for time. It's terrific to see some of the support the Marlins are getting coming off that terrific road trip.
I like to see that. I like to see that. Players love it.
And the crowd gets into it once again. Peterson trying to get out of it. In time called again. What's going on? Come on. Telling Peterson he's got to lock eyes with Naylor.
Naylor is one of those guys that in his career has learned as a hitter how to work the pitch clock to his favor.
Bouncing ball up the middle. Edwards has got it, and Peterson gets out of it. He inherits a bases loaded, nobody out jam. And Michael Peterson gets out of it unscathed here in the 6th. What a relief effort turned in by Michael Peterson. This is gonna do it. The Marlins walk off with a grand slam.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond by manufacturing prosthetic leg belts that allow for greater flexibility of movement. Michelin, motion for life.
We have no idea what the future will look like. Flying cars, self-driving shopping carts, meals that cook themselves. But I'd wager one thing stays the same. We'll always lend you a hand when you need one. Because that's not a trend. It's a habit. One we picked up 95 years ago and haven't put down since.
Okay, see you next week. All right. Good night. Good night.
What served you?
Well, she went to Metro and saved over $250. She got the new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G for free and no activation fees. Get that more for your money feeling only at Metro.
When you give someone your word, you keep it. Over 100 years ago, soldiers built USAA on that promise. Today, we're still taking care of the military, their spouses, kids, and then grandkids. USAA, taking care of our own.
Marlins.tv delivers everything Marlins baseball. Every pitch, every night. Because here in Miami, this is Leave It All Out There baseball. Catch it all season long.
Well, bottom of the 6th inning scoreboard, 4-2 Marlins leading. It's brought to you by Werner, Hoffman, Greg, and Garcia. And there's a first time for everything, folks. That was the first time in Michael Peterson's career that he inherits the bases loaded and he gets out of it with any damage being done.
I love that. You know, when a guy hits a home run, you always see him talking to 3 or 4 other guys. Same situation right there for Michael. Big Mike, what a job getting out of that bases loaded jam.
We'll see ultimately down the road as Jose A. Ferrer, the old Nationals, on to pitch here for Seattle. If that half inning is the difference in this ball game, we have a long way to go. But those opportunities, and Clayton McCullough has talked about it, as you get a look at the numbers for Jose A. Ferrer this season, his 42nd appearance. Those opportunities, such as the one we just saw from Peterson, just as good of a save. High chopper out towards short. Nice pick by Emerson, one away. Javier Sanoja coming to the plate. Time now to take a look at tonight's youth player of the ball game. This is Luke, whose favorite Marlin is Javier Sanoja. Luke plays for the PLO Bulldogs, a Pembroke Lakes Optimist. He loves watching his sports. When he grows up, wants to be a ball player. I see that stance. I see a little Javi Sanoja in him.
Yeah.
Javi bunts one off of Raleigh.
You know, it was great seeing Michael Peterson do what he did. It goes back to the road trip and the way the ball club played. Everybody contributed. We saw defense, saw great hitting. There was no question about that. Starting pitching, the bullpen did their job for the most part. There were a couple of glitches, not many.
Fly ball center field. Robles dials it in. He's got it, 2 away.
Victor Robles, always one of those center fielders who could play shallow because he goes back on the ball really well. I think he came up. Didn't he come up about the same time as Soto with the Nationals?
Robles debuted.
Those guys were in the outfield together
when he was 20 years old on September of 2017. Soto debuted in May of 2018, so just into the next season. Yes, you're absolutely correct. Now Soto, when he came up, he was 19 years old. He and the Mets desperately trying to turn things around to save their season. Going to be tough to do. They do lead the Royals 9-4 in the 4th inning tonight. But of more pressing matters on the out-of-town scoreboard, the Atlanta Braves are losing in Pittsburgh 7-2. That game's in the bottom of the 6th. So if this score were to hold here at loanDepot Park and the Braves score holds, Miami would wake up tomorrow morning just 3 games back of the division. They'd only be 2 games back in the win column of Atlanta. And how about this note? The Marlins tonight have a chance to reach 50 wins before the All-Star break for just the 4th time in franchise history. There are your National League East standings. And Hicks strikes out looking on a sinker. No challenge there. And a perfect bottom of the 6th for Ferreira.
Mr. Conine, Mr. Conine, sign our ball. Yeah, please sign our ball.
No problem. So, who do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer like my dad. Me too. Our dad is an all-star lawyer.
That's amazing. You got such great role models at home. And plenty out here in the field, too.
At FPL, our teams are working every day, inspecting, upgrading, and strengthening the grid, installing smart sensors that spot problems before they become outages, keeping your lights on, your devices charged, your world running. You may not see us, but our work never stops. Behind every switch that powers on, every screen you tap, every moment that just works. Because reliability isn't an option, it's a commitment. FPL, working for you every single day.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
It starts with Celsius. Feel I can feel good about. I'm gonna need it. I'm training for life. From after-school pickups to meal prep to a 12-hour night shift. I don't have time to get ready. I've got to stay ready.
Dawn Patrol starts with a Celsius. I got a whole day to seize. First it's cardio, then it's a race against the clock. Refuel. I've got 48 to do in 24.
It's 4:49 a.m. Grab a Celsius, lock in. I've got a goal to hit and a deck to conquer. A party to be the life of and all the essential energy I need to do it.
No. Yeah. Show up to blow up and sew up the game. So what they pull up or throw up a game. Told up to pull up, then roll up the flame. We want the good life, you know what we came. Don't know what we look like, but they know the name. Copy the lingo, cause they know the slang. We want the moolah, they want the fame. You want familiar, we not the same. Really, it's irrelevant, we were showing intelligence. Ryan, do your resident, looking just like a pelican. Everyday competitive, everyday repetitive. If you're not trying to proceed, you just settle in. Nah, that was irrational, really not natural.
John King takes over for the Marlins. Luke Raley, first pitch swinging. He slices one fair into the left field corner. And Luke Raley leads off the 7th inning with extra bases for the Mariners. Tying run coming to the plate facing John King. That just stayed fair down there. 9th double of the year for Raley.
Yeah, it's really hard to hit that ball as a left-handed hitter and keep it from slicing foul, especially off a lefty. But Raley with a good job in doing that.
And outside of Robles, who's on deck, King gets a string of lefties here until the Rosarenas due up, which is why Tyler Zuber has gotten up, just in case it gets there. Marlins certainly hoping it doesn't get that far. They'd probably be in a bit of a bind. Here is Cole Young, who hit his 10th homer this season in the 5th inning. A solo shot off of Max Meyer, who allowed a couple of runs, both earned on 4 hits and 5 innings of work. And I would imagine he'll be taking Michael Peterson out for a dinner of his choosing after this one tonight. Swing and a miss.
It's always fun to kind of look at the big picture for relievers. There are the numbers for John King over the last 18 games. An ERA about 2.20 in over 20 innings.
He did allow a couple of runs in his last outing in Colorado, allowed a home run. Young lifts this in the air to right field. This is deep. Casey's back onto the warning track with room, and he makes the catch. Young just missed a game-tying 2-run homer. Going second to third is Raley. Off the bat, Hud, I thought we might be in trouble.
Yeah, he was out front of the slider, fooled a little bit, so didn't get everything into it, but still drove Owen Casey almost all the way to the wall.
Almost had his back up against it.
Take a few steps on that track, you know you're getting close.
And let's see what the Marlins elect to do with the infield defense here with Victor Robles coming to the plate. Do you willingly give them a run for an out? Will they play halfway? They will play halfway.
They're kind of halfway right now.
Swing and a miss by Robles. You've got the lefty Emerson, the youngster, the rookie on deck. Crawford would follow. This is outside, 1-1 on Robles, who's 0 for 2. So look at the Mariners in-game box score. Handful of Mariners with 1 hit. They've got 5 in total. Marlins trying to hang on. They led this game 4-0. Three and 1. Don't miss a moment this season with Marlins.tv, presented by Werner, Hoffman, Greg, and Garstria. Stream the entire season within Marlins territory. Watch games at home or on the go. Stay connected all year long. Visit Marlins.tv for details. Start streaming today. 3-1. Chopper towards third. Runner has to stay put. Sonoha unloads a throw to first. In time. Got him. 2 out. Why can the Marlins do it again? First it was bases loaded with nobody out in the 6th. And then Raley with the leadoff double here in the 7th.
Good job by Javi to get that chopper, realized that Raley wasn't going, took a little peek at him, and then made the nice strong throw over to first.
Here's Colt Emerson.
Yeah, the Mariners tonight 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position.
Marlins 1 for 6, but leading by a pair of runs. Swing and a miss by Emerson. Raley at third. He led off the inning with a double. Bouncing ball to second. A leadoff double by Raley. That's all. John King gets out of a mess here in the 7th. Marlins lead 4-2 as we go to the 7th inning stretch. Brought to you by Celsius.
Welcome to the stretch presented by Celsius Energy Drinks. Key moment in the game today, and it has played out all season long. The Marlins bullpen has come through time and time again. Clayton McCullough decided tonight to pull his all-star Max Meyer, and the result showed because Michael Peterson, with the bases loaded, comes in, immediately gets the first out as Kyle Stowers throws a bullet home that Joe Mack picks. So that's to get 1 out in the inning. and then he ended up stranding 2 more. Would you believe that Peterson's asked to get Cal Raleigh out? He does on a strikeout, and then he gets the final out in the inning, and that's where we stand right now as the Marlins lead 4-2 thanks to the bullpen and Michael Peterson. We'll be back to Marlins baseball after a quick word from our friends at Celsius.
Two Marlins lead as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, a game 1 of a 3-game series this week between the Marlins and the visiting first place Seattle Mariners. Let's look at the box score. Marlins with 4 runs on 9 hits. The Mariners with 2 runs on 5 hits. Marlins led 4-0. Mariners got 2 back in the 5th. We just showed you moments ago some Herculean relief efforts so far by the Marlins here tonight. Pitching change here for Dan Wilson. Edward Bazardo is on to pitch. He pitched in 5 of the 7 Venezuelan World Baseball Classic games this year.
Hasn't affected him during the season, it doesn't look like. You know, we talked about the starting pitching for the Mariners and how they're able to go deep into games, and that's carried over to their bullpen. Their bullpen has the 5th best ERA in baseball, and they've thrown the fewest innings, so they have fresh arms down there because of the way their starters have pitched.
That 5th best ERA in baseball, you alluded to, a 3.54 ERA from this bullpen. Marlins close behind them. Their bullpen ERA 3.76, only getting better here tonight.
And I'm sure the Marlins bullpen has thrown more innings.
Yes. Oh God, yes. Here's Kyle Stowers, who recorded the sacrifice line out to right in the 4th. He was robbed by Raley. That one misses inside ball 3. Now, the one thing we saw on the road trip the Marlins were so very good at was finding a way to get insurance runs late in the game. Can they do it again here tonight? Can they scratch across another run?
How big was that 9th run Sunday?
Crazy big. Little dribbler back to the mound, wasn't it? Or out towards second, maybe. Marlins going to start to get some of the big boys loose in the bullpen. You know, Pete Fairbanks is probably chomping at the bit to get himself right. Stowers facing a 3-2 count. And the pitch. We'll do it again. The Mariners coming off back-to-back shutouts. That goes down the drain here tonight. Marlins have won 13 of their last 17 games. Trying to make it 14 of 18. Stowers bounces one up the middle. On the backhand long throw. That's by Young. They got him. One away. Well, if you want to take home a piece of Marlins history, you can on Saturday at 4:10. It's the Legends Pin Series. And this time your Legends level seat gets you a limited edition Charles Johnson collector's pin. You can get your tickets at marlins.com/pin series. Levon in the house tonight. CJ in the house on Saturday. Otto Lopez is in the house every night. He's 1 for 3. Let's take a look at our Coors Light cold hard facts. Plenty of them. Which one shall we choose this evening? On multi-hit games before the All-Star break since 2015, Lopez with 39. Bobby Witt with 39 a couple of years ago as Lopez chops one foul.
Well, let's see. If he gets one here, it'll be 40. Saw Charles Johnson in that video throwing out some runners. 4-time Gold Glover, CJ.
Be a nice photographic opportunity if him and Joe Mack are chopping it up before the ball game Saturday. Otto with far more multi-hit games than hitless games this season as he waits on a 1-1. He has been hitless in 18 games this season. He's playing in his 90th game of the year tonight. Marlins trying to hang on here in game 1. Braves down 10-2 in Pittsburgh. Popped him up. Just got underneath that sinker. And Robles stumbles and makes the catch. 2 out. It was a very aggressive play by Robles. Looked like Raley was camped out underneath there.
Well, Raley did the proper thing. The center fielder's calling it. Let him take it.
Here comes Xavier Edwards, who's 1 for 3 with a single. Bizzardo on relief of Ferrer, who took over for Bryan Woo. That clipped Raleigh 0-1. Woo went 5 innings and allowed 3 earned, 4 in total, 9 hits, a walk, 5 strikeouts, making his first career start against the Marlins tonight.
Yeah, one of the few times that he hasn't gone 6. Talked about how he does that, has done it. Last year, Bryan Woo started the season with 24 consecutive games of 6 or more innings.
It's just incredible. And now the Mariners' 44th quality start of the season will have to be put on hold at least until tomorrow night. That is amazing, though. But the Mariners pitching does take a step back when they leave the Pacific Northwest. Edwards was ready to challenge because he thought Chris Siegel, the home plate umpire, was going to call that strike 3.
And Bizzardo thought it was strike 3. He was headed toward the dugout a couple of steps.
It's been an eventful night on the base pass for Xavier Edwards, who dribbles a 1-2 splitter foul. Marlins trying to hang on for their 50th win of the season. Now 1-2, 2-out pitch. This is for ball 2.
Some pretty good takes by Xavier.
Edward Bizzardo pitching in his 6th major league season with his 3rd team. This is his 4th with the Mariners. And he strikes out Edwards with a sinker, and the side is retired. Let's go to the 8th. Still 4-2 Miami.
Score big with the DQ $7 meal deal. And for $2, you can upgrade to a small Blizzard from the Blizzard Cup lineup, starring the Biscoff Cookie Blizzard. The $7 meal deal with $2 Blizzard upgrade. Get it delivered in the DQ app.
I'll have Light, please.
More goals, more celebrations. Coors Light.
This is a Morgan & Morgan airbag alert. I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Others have suffered skull fractures, lacerations, and other injuries. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled, including models made by Honda, Acura, Ford, Toyota, Nissan, and many others. The airbag recall is the largest automotive recall in history. If you or someone you know suffered hearing loss, vision loss, broken bones, cuts that required stitches, or if a loved one was killed in a crash involving a deployed airbag, please contact us today for a free, no-obligation case review. You could be owed money for medical bills, lost wages, pain and suffering, and other damages. You pay nothing unless we recover money for you.
Call 1-800-602-6400. That's 1-800-602-6400. You might think you're looking at Taco Bell's Cantina chicken menu, but they're all just extras in this commercial. The real star? Taco Bell's new jalapeno citrus salsa, the sauce with main character energy. New jalapeno citrus salsa, only on the Cantina menu.
This copyrighted telecast is proudly presented by authority of the Miami Marlins and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts or descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Miami Marlins. Nice tune, nice shot of the Clevelander. Top of the 8th, and John King stays out there for the Marlins. And the question now for Clayton McCullough is, do you let him just face Crawford? Or Rosarena, who is on deck, is ever so slightly worse against the lefties. And then Canzone has the reverse splits. He's better against lefties. So we'll see what Clayton does here.
Yeah, and then you have the switch hitter, Cal Raleigh. He's struggled both sides of the plate this year. I don't know if Calvin Fauché would be throwing if he wasn't going to make the move with a Rosarena.
Right, I agree with you there. Ooh, could have challenged that one. 1 ball, 1 strike on Crawford. There's a Rosarena. John King has worked 2 innings once this season, and that was recently on July 2nd. 1-2 on Crawford. Marlins TV post-game show with Craig Mish. Rod Allen is coming up shortly, hopefully after a Marlins win. All 2 on Crawford. Two. Foul.
Yeah, I think Clayton's going to make the move after Crawford.
Bring Fauché on for a Rosarena, then hopefully just Canzone.
First things first, though, you want to see John King put away Crawford.
It's 1 batter at a time. 3-2. The Mariners have brought the tying run not just to the plate, but they've had the tying run on base in each of the last couple of innings. To the plate in the 7th, on base in the 6th. 3-2 misses high for ball 4, and King has issued a leadoff walk. It doesn't backfire on Clayton, but he was certainly hoping his lefty could dispose of the lefty. And now Calvin Fauché will come on and inherit a runner here in the top of the 8th. Marlins leading the Mariners by 2. Clayton will go to the bullpen. Bullpen has been great tonight. We'll see if Calvin Fauché can continue that trend when we return.
This is it.
This is it.
Hi. Can I help you?
Oh, yeah, we'll take it.
Okay. Just thought it was some work.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
We all remember the feeling of the first day. That mix of nervousness and excitement. In moments like those, we need someone special by our side. What if we told you you could experience that feeling all over again? At Los Mercedes Medical Centers, you'll find that kind of place. Los Mercedes Medical Centers, your family, your center.
Mr. Conine, Mr. Conine, sign our ball. Yeah, please sign our ball.
No problem. So, who do you want to be when you grow up?
I want to be a lawyer like my dad. Me too. Our dad is an all-star lawyer.
That's amazing. You got such great role models at home. And plenty out here in the field, too.
Well, the 2 teams that separate themselves the furthest in the United States are the Marlins and the Mariners. There's T-Mobile Park. And however you'd like to get here, I would Safely assume you'd hop on a bird 2,734 miles away. Sits loanDepot Park. Boston, San Francisco, a good one. Boston, Sacramento, Boston, LA, and Miami, San Francisco. It's a long flight, especially when you go east to west. It just never ends. It's a full 6.5 out there to Seattle. They did last year. Here's Randy Arozarena. And here is Calvin Fauché hot. And again, Marlins bullpen trying to stand tall. They've had a lot of work to do here tonight.
Well, what Clayton would like to see out of Calvin Fauché, he gets over 50% ground balls. He'd love to see that hard ground ball turn into a double play.
Speed at first, but with the tying run at the plate, safely assume Crawford not going anywhere, especially when you consider the fact who's catching for the Marlins. 1-1 coming. Ooh, boy, was he tardy on that cutter.
He tied him up. That almost was a backup cutter. That's why it tied him up.
Wow.
He thought it was going to be out over the plate a little bit, and it stayed right in.
4-2 Marlins, top 8, runner at first, nobody out, tying run at the plate. Pitch misses low. O'Shea worked once in St. Louis, twice in Colorado, once in Sacramento. Oh, he hit him. Hit him with a changeup. He probably lost feeling in that arm. The way he's holding on to his wrist there.
Yeah, at that point, he's not thinking changeup doesn't make any difference right there.
That was a hard changeup, too. It didn't get him on the wrist, though, did it? I think he's just lost feeling in his arm. Well, he's in a heaping pile of pain, though, isn't he? Thought it was like the upper bicep, tricep area. Let's see where it hit him, though. Huh. Got him on the protective padding, which is good.
Kind of on that elbow, you know, that funny bone that you get numbed up there.
Just lost feeling in it.
Wasn't funny right now for him.
It's not a laughing matter at all. Well, luckily he had that padding. I think he's probably slowly starting to get some feeling back in that arm. Looks like his eyes are welting.
I think he also realizes the importance for him to stay in the game.
Right.
For his ball club.
Yep. I agree with you. It's a very slow walk to first for Arozarena. So now the tying run is aboard for the Mariners here in the 8th. Dan Wilson is asking him multiple times, are you sure you're okay? Boy, you can see how red and bloodshot Arozarena's eyes have gotten because he was in so much pain. It was probably making him tear up a little bit. Oh, he just continues the pace. Oof. I better be careful here. Now you got speed on board. And Fauché cannot lose focus on those runners. Here is Canzone. Swings through a cutter for strike 1. Strike 2.
A couple of good cutters from Calvin Fauché.
Like in this Marlins bullpen find their way out of a mess again.
That one got a piece of Joe Mack.
Yeah. Right knee. Even with all those big old pads and all that gear, it still stings. Big old deep breath. Maybe a couple. It's a tough son of a gun there. A couple of them.
Little courtesy sweep by Chris Siegel, home plate umpire.
Now thinking 2 on Canzone, who faced Peterson in his last at bat and grounded into a fielder's choice at first. Good pick by Joe.
You think about that too, especially after he just took one off the knee. Now he's got to get back there and made a real nice pick.
Crawford at second, Arozarena at first. He struck him out on a curveball. And there's one away.
We saw a couple of good cutters, but then picking up some spin, he might have thought cutter, but the curveball slower and well out of the zone got him to commit. A good pitch by Calvin.
And a terrific block behind the plate. So these are the big bats right here. This is danger time for the Marlins again. Raleigh batting. Bounces one foul. Raleigh was batting with the bases loaded in the 6th, and he struck out for the 2nd time tonight. Doubled and scored in the 5th. Really doesn't matter which way you cut it up. He really hasn't been good facing righties or lefties this year. And he's behind the count, 0-2. He is better against righties, but again, that's saying whatever you make of it. He's batting just 172 against righties, opposed to a 143 batting average against lefties.
Really a couple of good cutters, the same way that Calvin got ahead of Canzone. Some good cutters inside, just a little bit off the plate.
Now the 0-2. Well, you just have to wonder if he were to throw a couple of more of those right there, would Raleigh offer at one?
Well, remember, he got Calzone to chase it.
That was a cutter in the dirt.
Boy, it's been work for Joe Mack back there.
He needed the off day.
Last through hitters, yeah.
Still seems a little limp too. So from 0-2 to 2-2 with Naylor on deck. Tying run at first. Arozarena still fiddling with that elbow. They popped him up foul. If you take a look, and there's Arozarena. He's still, I don't know about what, maybe it's even tightening up. We'll keep an eye on him. Maybe he can't continue. Maybe he can't go back to the outfield. Raleigh hanging tough.
Remember, Michael Peterson got him to just go after high heat, struck him out in the 6th inning.
Pitch 7 coming. Did that one get him? No. Close. Now it's full.
That was close.
Good call.
Yep, he held it.
Now it's full. Raleigh has seen 7 offerings from Fauché, and he has seen everything he's got. And now there's a pitch-com issue. And I believe it's been rectified. Crawford still at second. Arozarena at first. He's the tying run. There is speed on the bases. Fauché with a 3-2 to Raleigh. We'll do it again.
He's gone with the sweeper a couple of times. Some cutters. And Raleigh's giving him quite a battle. There's the mix.
It's everything he's got. Raleigh to right. Casey looking up, and it's off the fence. 1 run will score. Arozarena will stop at third. Cal Raleigh with an RBI double. It's 4-3. Cal Raleigh wins a 9-pitch at bat.
It's amazing the more you watch this game, when a hitter's up there and fouls off so many pitches, it turns into his favor a little bit. That was a pretty good pitch. It was down in the zone, but because Raleigh had seen so many pitches from Calvin Fauché, he was right down on it. Didn't get it all, but got it over the head of Owen Casey, and enough to bring in 1 run.
Now we'd have to take another look, but did Owen Casey potentially deke the runners enough to keep Arozarena a little unsettled between first and second? Because off the bat, the way Casey was positioning himself, I thought maybe he had a play on that ball, so I do have to wonder if there was a heady play at all. Let's see here. I don't know.
Well, first of all, I like the way Owen turned. Now he just turned to play it, make sure he got himself in position, because when it comes off the chain link, you're not sure if it's going to come right back to you. So he got himself in good position.
Just the way he turned initially, I thought maybe he was gliding back on the ball. So now the tying run is at third. A game the Marlins once led 4-0. The infield will play in with Josh Naylor at the plate, who chops one to the right side. It sneaks through for a base hit. The Mariners have tied the game. Raleigh will stop at third, and now Naylor and Edwards collide after Naylor rounds the bag at first, and they're going to call interference on Xavier Edwards. Naylor's going to get the bag, but this is something, Hut, that we talked about this. We'll look again, but Naylor is very good at finding himself opportunistic situations like that.
There's no way he's going to go to second base because the play was right in front of him, but he did it intentionally because he saw where X was. See, he knows this is a single to right field. Now he sees Xavier, and watch. He just keeps going, and he knows he's going to get the call.
You know, I will be impartial here. Watching that replay and watching Naylor's eyes.
He didn't look at him.
He never looked at him. Now, there will be an error charge to Edwards on this. Watch his eyes.
See, he doesn't see him until right now. So that really wasn't intentional on his part. He was just taking a big turn.
I agree.
The former first-round pick of the Marlins, Josh Naylor.
So the Mariners have tied the game here in the 8th. On an RBI single from Josh Naylor, who is at second after the RBI single E4. And the Marlins infield will have to remain in. Now there's no double play in order with Raley coming to the plate. Cade Gibson loosening. And Raley swings and misses. Good sweeper, 0-1. Bouncing ball towards third. Sanoha's got it. They've got the runner. Raleigh hung up. Mack flips it to Sanoha. Sanoha fires it to the plate. Fauché will tag him out. They do get the second out of the inning. It's a critical one. 5-2, 5-1.
Real nice job by Calvin Fauché to get in there too. Heads up by Javi, he makes the throw. Here comes a rundown, and there's Fauché right there for the throw. Puts the tag on the runner. So good job on his part.
So with 2 outs, now the infield can play back.
Had a nice target to tag the big dumper.
Yes, he sure did. And here is Cole Young, who's 1 for 3 with a homer in this game. Calvin Fauché desperately trying to get himself out of the 8th.
Boy, a ton of base runners for Seattle the last 2 innings.
Yep.
7th and 8th innings.
Heck, you can even go back to the 6th. If you go back to the beginning of the 6th inning, if I just counted correctly, Young is the 17th batter that the Marlins have faced since the 6th. Two and one on Cole Young.
Seattle's going to have a nice double play combination for a long time.
Yes, they are.
Cole Young's 22. Emerson's just 20.
Two and two on Young. And Emerson, before he even made his major league debut, signed the historic 8-year, $95 million contract extension before he ever played an inning. Remember Scott Kingery of the Phillies kind of did that, I don't know, maybe a decade ago now. Kind of set
That's
the
one
tenor
that
for
didn't
all
work
that.
out.
No,
That's
it
one
didn't.
that didn't work out.
2-2. That one stunned Joe. Oh, and this crowd that's been lively tonight, desperately trying to get Fauché through the 8th. It was a very hittable breaking ball there too. Boy, that was center cut right on his mask. Dropped him right back onto his heels.
He's gotten dinged up a few times just this inning.
Fauché allowed 4 runs in his last outing in Colorado. He has been unscored upon in 12 of his last 14 outings. 2-2. That is carved foul. This is very similar, what feels like, to the Raleigh at bat, where he just waited out Fauché, continued to wait him out.
Yeah, it's interesting there. You hear this term a lot, swing and miss. Calvin Fauché, one of the guys in that bullpen for the Marlins that doesn't have a lot of that. He gets the ground balls. Michael Peterson has a lot of swing and miss.
Clayton's got the entire bullpen at his disposal a day after an off day. Whew. And some hittable pitches here for the Mariners facing Fauché in the 8th. And that was another one. And Fauché is about to throw his 29th pitch. Which is already the 3rd most he's thrown in an outing this year. Another 2-2. And another foul ball.
Same kind of mix we saw to Cal Raleigh with all the pitches he threw him.
It's nothing but sweepers and cutters. And that was the first fastball, I believe, he's thrown in this outing. Because again, to the lefties, they know it's coming in, right? I mean, they know that everything is going to ride back in towards them. Now this next one will be number 10. And that misses for ball 4. And the Mariners have the bases loaded with Victor Robles coming to the plate. It's not an awful walk. You do get the righty-righty matchup, but Fauché's got to be darn near exhausted.
Yeah, it's a 3-2 count where you say, okay, I can make a perfect pitch. If I miss, I'll go after the righty. But there's the breakdown of pitches that Fauché has thrown.
Robles takes strike one. That was pitch number 32 for Fauché. His next will tie him for the second most in a game this season, when he threw 33 on May 19th against Atlanta. Threw a season high 36 on June 6th against the Rays as Robles lays off a sweeper. Robles 0 for 3. Foul ball. It's 1-2. Marlins have won 35 straight games at home when leading by 3+ runs. They have coughed up a 4-0 lead here tonight. They've scored 2 in the 8th to tie at 1-2. Goes all the way to the backstop. And that is how the Mariners take the lead. On a wild pitch.
Well, for a game that was so crisp early on, it's kind of gotten undone here these last few innings.
See Naylor run into Fauché. And Robles lines one to center. Marcy's got it, but the Mariners score 3 times. They lead for the first time tonight. We're in the middle of the 8th.
This is it.
This is it.
Hi. Can I help you?
Oh, yeah, we'll take it.
Okay. Just thought it was paperwork.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
Choose it today. Use it tomorrow. Next day delivery on hundreds of appliances. Our best lineup is here. Lowe's.
This is Arby's cheesesteak with 100% Angus steak and melty Cooper cheese. Some say it's meat and cheese done right. And some people don't say anything because, frankly, it's rude to talk with your mouth full.
Arby's, we have the meat.
And this is from the woman over there.
You just earned 5% cash back on that. Also, if I start a conga line, will you join?
Earn 5% cash back at different categories each quarter on up to $1,500 in purchases when you activate.
Marlins.tv delivers everything Marlins baseball. Every pitch, every night. Because here in Miami, this is leave it all out there baseball. This is you can't look away baseball. This is are you kidding me baseball? This is Fightin' Fish Baseball on Marlins.tv. Walk-off grand slam! Catch it all season long.
They'll celebrate 250 years of America with the Marlins, and you can join us on Saturday at 4:10 for the USA 250 celebration presented by Budweiser. Catch the Marlins against the Guardians and take home an exclusive USA 250 jersey ticket package. Get your tickets at marlins.com/USA. Marlins hoping for a little magic as we go to the bottom of the 8th. The ball game they led 4-0. They trailed 5-4. Mariners took the lead on a wild pitch from Calvin Fauché in the top of the 8th. And here's a tough assignment for the Marlins. Gabe Spire, the lefty out of Santa Barbara, California, and 27 appearances this season, has a 1.64 ERA. First man he faces, a pinch hitter, Heriberto Hernandez, who flies one foul off to the right, 0-1.
Yeah, we talked about their bullpen and how it has pitched extremely well. Spire hasn't allowed a run over his last 12 appearances.
And he will probably get a steady dose of righties here in the 8th. Hernandez pinch hitting. Looks like Esteri Ruiz is on deck.
Yeah, I bet the team had trouble pulling Roberto out of Sacramento. 5 for 10 with 3 home runs against the Athletics.
One directly into the batter's eye at Sutter Health Park. He had 3 doubles, 3 homers, 5 RBIs, and 6 walks on the road trip. Missed inside for ball 2.
Wasn't quite as far as the one Nick Kurtz hit over the batter's eye.
Gosh. That was a fun one because the Marlins had a big lead. 3-1. After Hernandez, Ruiz is going to hit Jimenez and Navarreto down there as well. You have an all right-handed bench tonight. Spire fires. Fastball at 97 for strike 2. Hernandez recorded his second career multi-homer game in Sacramento on July 5th. Fly ball. Left field. Come on, big boy. We're tied in the 8th. Oh, a bomb.
Does he have some pop? Burt with a blast.
Come on now, boys.
I mean, his have been no doubters.
It's the 3rd pinch hit home run for Heriberto Hernandez this season. That is one of the longer homers we've seen in this ballpark's history. That ended up onto the concourse behind the bleachers and left.
3-2, heat against heat, power against power. And Roberto Hernandez prevailed.
Look where it lands high. Now Esteri Ruiz takes ball 2, a 422-foot bomb. Means baseball fans can score. Unlock your free 20-ounce Baja Blast by registering at BajaBlastHomeRuns.com. A mammoth game-tying homer, and now Cal Raleigh's out to try to settle down Spire, who's all sorts of rattled after Heriberto Hernandez almost hit that one to downtown Miami.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll see this was not a majestic fly ball, and it wasn't a line drive. It was kind of in between, but just was hammered.
Ball 3 on Ruiz. You walk him, then you got speed on, and the Mariners are going to have themselves a big old problem. The resilient Marlins have come back to strike again. 3-0. He's going to first.
You know, last year for Roberto Hernandez, in more at-bats, he had 10 home runs. Fewer at-bats this year. That was number 12 on the year.
Was another Marlins home run for healthcare, brought to you by Leon Medical Centers. Each Marlins homer this season means a donation to the League Against Cancer, delivering free care in South Florida. Speed at first, potential winning run aboard. Here's Marcy, and here's the throw over. And if that's his best move, that ain't going to cut it.
Most, and I say most relievers, especially hard throwers, don't have real good moves to first base.
Huge lead. Not going. Marcy yanks a bunt towards first. That'll go foul. So that's interesting. He tries to drop down a bunt. Now he's probably got the Mariners thinking, what's Marcy doing? And Ruiz probably gets the hamster wheel going, thinking about what he's going to do now.
Yeah, not a real high leg kick, so fairly quick to the plate.
You have a very good defensive catcher in Raleigh, but if Marcy were to show bunt again to keep him back on his heels, it might allow Ruiz just enough time to swipe the bag at second. Here we go. There goes Ruiz, and Marcy bunts it out in front of the plate. That'll work. Snap throw to first in time. Marcy's out. Ruiz is at second.
Not sure if there was any play on, but if you're Jacob Marcy and you see a pretty good jump by Ruiz, you might think about pulling the bat back and not dropping down the bunt. Either way, you got a man at second. Now you got to be alive maybe for Ruiz to take off and try to steal third.
You have to wonder if he's going to give it a shot here. And Raleigh's going to go out to chat with Spire. There is activity in the Mariners bullpen. Now the only thing you worry about with Joe Mack at the plate is if Ruiz does try to go, there's no righty stick in the box to shield the catcher to make a real tough throw. He's going to have nothing but real estate to zing a throw down to third. But from what you've seen, what do you think of Spire getting down the plane and getting to the plate? Is there enough time for Ruiz to really be aggressive here?
So far, I'm watching Spire. He's quick to the plate. A little short leg kick. Sometimes he does a slide step.
And Ruiz was just over chatting with third base coach Blake Lally. Ruiz has the second most stolen bases of third in baseball this season with 6. Trailing Jazz Chisholm Jr. of the Yankees, who has 9. Marlins coughed it up in the top half of the inning. They've tied it here in the last of the 8th. Spire delivers and Joe Mack takes a strike. Spire looked Ruiz back and Emerson was nowhere near him. I really don't think Spire has a great move.
No, and Emerson, I mean, I've seen shortstops play a lot closer to runners.
One misses inside on Mack.
The other thing you hope, you distract Spire so much that he makes a mistake to the plate and gives Joe something really good to hit.
Cued that slider foul. It's 1-2 now. Pete Fairbanks loosening the bullpen for Miami. He's trying to right the ship. He'll have an opportunity one way or another in the 9th inning to do it. Javier Sinoja is on deck. Either way, he should get a shot unless craziness ensues here. Mack hitting .226 against lefties, .261 against righties. It's the rookie's time to shine. Can he come through? That's foul.
Just hanging in.
He has seen a ton of sliders, 3 in a row after a sinker. What's he got to do here as a left-handed hitter just to hang around?
You just got to hang around. You got to foul off anything close. Can't take anything close. You got to keep yourself ready for any heat, though, if he sees the fastball. Don't know if he will, though.
Well, there goes Ruiz. The pitch is low. No throw. It got away from Raleigh. He picked his pocket. He waited for the perfect time. Stolen base number 19 for Esteury Ruiz. That's the outright lead.
Well, I got a great jump. Great jump. I don't think Raleigh, if he catches it cleanly, throws him out.
Infield in. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count on Joe Mack. Trying to be a hero here late in this game. Now the pitch. Kind of similar to Raleigh, man. Mack has seen a lot. He's seen fastballs. He's seen sliders. He has seen Spire's everything he has to offer.
Yeah, and I think that's good. The fact that last 2 pitches have been the fastball, four-seamer. Went upstairs with that 97. But he's also fouled off a couple of tough sliders earlier in the count.
Two.
And when you see some early in the count, it allows you to take one out of the zone like that.
Go ahead run 90 feet away at third. 1 out. Bottom 8. Tie game at 5. Payoff pitch. Outside ball 4. Raleigh will challenge.
Yeah, that's a good take, though. I think you saw it's off the plate. But in the case of the Mariners, a good challenge.
ABS powered by T-Mobile. Here's your verdict. It is outside.
Has 1 sound remaining.
That's an 8-pitch walk by a rookie facing a guy coming into this outing who had a sub-2 ERA this year.
That's a great AB by Joe Mack.
Now Josh Naylor chatting with Joe Mack. And here comes Javier Sanoja.
All right, the odds tell you that Javi's going to put the ball in place somewhere.
Would they think about a safety squeeze?
No, I don't think so.
I only say that, Hut, because you couldn't ask for a better combination to pull it off.
Well, you do. You have a guy who can bunt, but you also have a guy who makes contact.
Right.
In Javi.
You just see that right side of the infield that's wide open. And Spire falls off towards third. Popped him up. Sanoja slams his bat on the ground, snaps it in half. There's 2 out.
Boy, he's mad. He got a pitch he could drive in the air to the outfield, and with the speed at third.
He broke that bat. Javi not happy at all. So here is Liam Hicks, who's 3 for 4 with 2 singles, a double, and a run scored. Have they exhausted Spire enough here in the 8th that he makes one more mistake? Liam ready to do some damage. Swinging a ground ball to the right side. Young's got it. Inning over. Marlins tie it thanks to an Heriberto Hernandez pinch hit home run, his 3rd of the year. 8 in the books here at loanDepot Park. Seattle 5, Miami 5. 9th inning coming up when we return.
I'm Jay, and this is my home. My first big purchase with help from loanDepot. This is where I play my favorite music. This is where I grow my small garden. It is here that I laugh. It is here that I learn. It's my sanctuary. It's my place. It is my home. And home means everything to me.
Spectrum Business delivers commitment with every connection across the country. So where are we now? Well, we're in Albany with reliable fiber-powered internet, so this vet stays connected to what matters. And in Dallas, we're powering this factory with AI infrastructure that keeps them a step ahead. In Sylmar, cinematic ambition meets a custom-built network. We turn service into partnership. Spectrum Business.
If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have professionals standing by right now on our 24/7 hotline. They'll help you find out if you have a case and how much it's potentially worth.
I was very happy with the settlement that I got.
If you were injured in a car accident, motorcycle crash, slip and fall, or any other accident, call now for a free consultation and find out how much your case is potentially worth.
Don't wait. Call 800-577-6440 for a free consultation.
With hundreds of sales every week, eat well for less at Whole Foods Market.
Miami Marlins baseball is presented by the Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card. Earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases. Terms apply. There's probably a life of the party out there on the beach, but the life of the party is inside of loanDepot Park, where Heriberto Hernandez tied the ball game in the bottom of the 8th, third pinch hit homer of the year. His 4th game-tying home run of the season. Here is Pete Fairbanks, who has been put through the ringer lately. Esteri Ruiz isn't right. Fairbanks has allowed a run in each of his last 4 outings, pitching to a 13.50 ERA. Swing and a miss by Emerson. Clayton McCullough did not shy away when asked about Fairbanks earlier this afternoon. Not keeping him in these high leverage situations. Weak swing and a miss. It's 1-2. They are convinced, Hut, and I don't disagree with them, that the stuff has been there. Obviously, Clayton admitted a couple of pitches he'd like back that absolutely killed him.
Yeah, sometimes the location hasn't been there for him.
But they still believe that good stuff is in there. Can he hang up a 0 here in the 9th? Just missed there. It is amazing to me how many catchers probably would have challenged that pitch, but Mac knows every ball and strike. 9-1-2 for the Mariners. Oh yeah. At the knees, Emerson will challenge. If he's wrong, they're out. He's wrong. They're out. He's out. There's one away.
There's a good example. Some really good sliders, and then just paints with perfect heat. So you're right. It hasn't been the stuff, I don't think, but he's left a lot of sliders out over the plate. I think it's mostly been location.
Top of the order, here's J.P. Crawford. Obviously, Fairbanks has history pitching for so long in the American League. He has certainly faced these Mariners before. One ball, one strike to count on J.P. Crawford, who's 1 for 3 in this game. Fairbanks is facing the Mariners for the 6th time in his career. Crawford 0 for 3 against him with 3 strikeouts. Randy Arozarena, his old teammate in Tampa Bay, is on deck. 1-1. This is up and away. Ball 2. Ball 3. Swing and a miss.
Yeah,
that was
some good heat right
that
there.
was one big fella versus another. Come get some. I'm throwing you everything I've got. To a 3-2. Now, would he go right back with that fastball? Maybe elevate it a little bit more.
He could, but I'd like to see him throw a slider. He went up.
So this is always the fun part to think about. Crawford is sitting there thinking, now there's no way he goes back up there again. He's probably got to throw me something soft. And now Joe Mack wants to talk about it.
If you're a hitter, you just can't look for you got to look for the heat when a guy's throwing 97, 98 miles an hour.
Crawford's strikeout percentage up from where it was last year. 3-2. Got him. Hutt, he was looking for a slider. Off of that swing, that was ugly. He was looking for a slider.
Well, whatever he was looking for, he didn't get it because he got the fastball, but look where it is. He was late. If he was looking for a slider, he deserves to strike out because I don't know how you can do that with a guy throwing 98.
2 away. Now, here's a pair of former teammates facing off for the first time. Arozarena has never faced Fairbanks before. And I've got to imagine they spent some time together on the backfields in Port Charlotte. Swing and a miss. He spun around 3 times.
This is some of the best stuff he's had this year, Pete Fairbanks.
Well, I think it's angry stuff, to be honest with you. Arozarena keeps kind of grimacing. Remember, he got hit by a pitch last time, Bob. Threw him a slider, bounces it foul, 1-2. I think you're going to see a lot of emotion from Pete Fairbanks if he retires Arozarena, in particular if he strikes him out, because he's on the verge of striking out the side. One-two coming. Into right, and Ruiz will have to play it on a hop. Fairbanks is disgusted. Next batter will be Dominic Canzone, but first a message from Warner Hoffman, Greg, and Garcia.
Winning doesn't just happen by accident. At WHG, we know every case is earned before you ever step inside the courtroom. WHG, preparation wins.
Now, Fairbanks has got to remain focused here. He couldn't believe that Arozarena got a piece of that cutter. Here's Canzone, who's 0 for 4. Fairbanks kind of threw his arms up towards the heavens after that hit, kind of like, what more can I do? Fly ball right field. Ruiz is over in the corner. He's got it. And the side is retired. Marlins will try to win it when we return.
This is it.
This is it.
Hi. Can I help you?
Oh, yeah, we'll take it.
Okay. Just thought it was paperwork.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
4th of July savings are at the Home Depot. It's game time, so trim it like Trey, set it like Seth, and sear it like Selena. Make every gathering one worth cheering for, with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond by manufacturing prosthetic leg belts that allow for greater flexibility of movement. Michelin, motion for life.
The 3 for Me, only at Chili's, just got crispier with the big crispy chicken sandwich that's way bigger than McDonald's McCrispy. Huh, Chili's just out here dominating fast food again? Yeah, that tracks. This Chili's 3 for Me is the best $10.99 you can eat.
When I got the news,
my whole world stopped.
I had cancer. My first choice for care was clear.
only Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center had treatments no one else could offer.
And a team of experts for my cancer.
Always by my side.
Only Sylvester could get me back. Here. Here.
Here.
A flashback to 2024 when the Mariners were in town. Tim Anderson with a walk-off base hit June 21st, 2024. A little over 2 years ago, Jake Berger scored. Marlins won it. And we have something similar in store for us here tonight. 5-5 bottom nine. with Stowers, Lopez, and Edwards due up. Andres Munoz is on to pitch. Seattle's closer has 16 saves this season. Nothing in the way of a save in it here in the 9th. He's just trying to send it to the 10th, and it's been a rocky season at times for Munoz, who's appearing in his 36th game. He has a 4.45 ERA. Lefty's better than the righties. Stowers behind in the count, 0-2. He's allowed 4 homers, all to left-handed batters this season as Munoz.
Yeah, he'll use that four-seamer, which gets up there in the high 90s. He'll actually throw more sliders.
Marlins trying to come from behind. 1-2. I showed you 3 walk-off hits for Stowers, 2 homers. There's the lefty-righty splits for Munoz in 35 games. Swing and a miss. Stowers strikes out for the 3rd time tonight. He's 0 for 4. Got him with the changeup.
Yeah, got him with his 3rd pitch. That's a 3rd pitch for him, but a good one. Kept it out of the zone, kept it down.
Now Otto Lopez will face Munoz. And this inside for ball 1 at 101 miles an hour. Lopez facing Munoz for the first time in his career. Xavier Edwards is on deck. Pop foul. That'll reach the seats. Two and one.
And another triple digits.
Boy, it's just filthy.
That's almost not fair.
When you're gearing up for 101.
Yeah, 101 and then a nasty slider.
See Otto fluttering his lips after that swing and a miss. Fly ball shallow left. Emerson out. Arozarena is in. He almost ran into Emerson. There's 2 away.
The veteran gave way to the 20-year-old.
If Lopez got a slider, he'd like back. With the Mariners 7-1 this season when tied entering the 9th inning, the best such record in baseball. Marlins are 3-3 in this scenario. Edwards flies one down the left field line. Could be playable for Arozarena. It is. Free baseball coming up from loanDepot Park. 10th inning on tap when we return.
Don't hold back, 'cause you woke up in the morning with the initiative to move, so I make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Trajectory and balance look good. You're confirmed to go for orbit. Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
This is it.
This is it.
Hi. Can I help you? Oh yeah, we'll take it. Okay. Just started some work.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
Across generations, we share our traditions. In that place we call home. It's not just a house. It lives in our hearts and our memories. We call it family. They are everyone we hold in that special place. It's warm and comforting. Las Mercedes Medical Centers, your family, your center.
There is your matchup tomorrow night on Marlins.tv. Phillips versus Kirby. Should be another good one. Should be fun. Somebody will have a chance to win the series. Hopefully it'll be the Marlins, who led this game tonight 4-0. They coughed all that up. They trailed 5-4. Marlins 1-3 in extras. Mariners 5-4. Roberto Hernandez slugged a game-tying homer in the bottom of the 8th. And Wilson is going to pinch run for Seattle, and he will be the placed runner for Canzone. Cade Gibson replaces Pete Fairbanks, and the batter is Cal Raleigh. First pitch, bouncer left side. Will they go to third? They will. Awful base running by Wilson. What is he doing with the ball in the play in front of him?
Well, a good pick and throw by Otto Lopez, but yeah, you're absolutely right. That ball's in front of you like that. You can't go to third. Wilson went in to pinch run, and quickly he'll head back to the dugout, maybe not sitting close to Dan Wilson over there.
It's a very slow walk. He might just keep going. It's a huge out for obvious reasons for Gibson. And now you don't have a whole lot of speed at first. Gibson delivers to Naylor, and he takes a high slider for a strike. Now remember, because we've gone to the 10th inning, the Mariners do get one challenge back. They are not without challenges. They have one remaining. Naylor takes strike 2.
Yeah, a lot of things happen in that situation that put the Marlins back in the driver's seat. You got less speed on the bases with Raleigh, and you have lefty-lefty matchup right here now with Cade Gibson going against Naylor.
0-2. Let's see if Gibson can put him away. Fly ball center field. Marcy's got it. 2 out.
Get ahead 0-2. You can make that pitch, and you see how Naylor was bailing out a little bit and really just reached out to hit the shallow fly ball to center. So good pitch by Cade.
It is such a precarious and uncomfortable situation for relievers when they inherit situations like this. You almost need to just play to make sure you don't allow them more than the one. And if you find a way to get out of it unscathed, I mean, for obvious reasons, a total bonus. And now Mitch Garver replaces Luke Raley, and he takes a slider for a called strike on the inside corner. Tyler Zuber is loosening in case he's needed. So Garver and Wilson have both been used here in the 10th. Garver for Raley, Wilson for Canzone. And Garver waits on an 0-1, and he's behind the count, 0-2.
Well, I love the way Cade Gibson's been able to get ahead. That's so important, especially in these situations.
Nothing in 2 the count. Can Cade Gibson hang up a 0 here in the 10th? The pitch. Garver lays off a curveball, but Gibson's got a little wiggle room here. He could throw a couple more of those if he wants.
Yeah, and he can do it because he's got a guy back there who's going to do just that, just what Joe Mack did. Keep that ball in front of him. Raleigh, the runner, he's a catcher. He knows when that ball's out in front of the catcher, you can't advance.
Atlanta has lost tonight 12-4 in Pittsburgh. Should the Marlins walk this game off, they'd be 3 back in the division. Just missed outside. Elsewhere in baseball today, St. Louis playing a doubleheader against Milwaukee. They lost game 1 4-3. They're down 10-2 in the bottom of the 7th inning of game 2. An opportunity tonight for the Marlins to really create a little bit of separation in that wild card race. 2-2. Ball 3.
Now, what you hate to do is lose a hitter when you've gotten ahead 0-2. And the other advantage for Seattle, it allows Raleigh now to be on the move.
Bad base running to start the inning by Wilson. Naylor flew out. Garver was behind on the count, 0-2. Now it's full. Payoff pitch. Ground ball foul outside of third. Sanoha read it well the entire way. Although he is deep of third, he's playing no doubles. Poof. It's close though, ain't it?
Yeah, Javi helping out third base umpire Brian O'Nora with that call. Yeah, see, it is foul, Brian.
The pitch number 11 here in the 10th inning for Cade Gibson. Here it comes. Just got a piece of the curveball. Mitch Garver batting here in the 10th. First time we've seen the veteran here tonight of 10 seasons. 2023 World Series champion, won a Silver Slugger in 2019. Called on to pinch hit for the Mariners. Meyer, Peterson, King, Fauché, Fairbanks, and Gibson. Bouncing ball left side. Otto Lopez pulls the trigger. Long throw to first. Inning over. Cade Gibson hangs up at 0 here in the 10th. See if the Marlins can win it when we return.
The lights are bright. We are thrilled to be back with you, and we welcome you back to an all-new season of Miami Marlins baseball.
A throw from right on the money. Did they get him? Yes!
Sandy is dialed in.
Runner takes off. Throw down to second. Got him! Fairbanks trying to collect his first save as a Miami Marlin.
One from Fairbanks on the way. And that one a liner right at Otto. He makes the grab, and that is your opening day Marlins victory. 2-1 over the Rockies. Your final score.
Back here at loanDepot Park, where we go to the bottom of the 10th inning of a 5-5 game. A golden opportunity for the Marlins to win it. And it's only 5-5 because Heriberto Hernandez unloaded pinch hitting in the bottom of the 8th inning, leading off that frame. Third pinch hit homer of the year, this one at Country Mile. It was his 4th game-tying home run of the season. And you best better believe Heriberto Hernandez has a bit of a flair for the dramatic. So here's the situation for the Marlins in the 10th. Their placed runner will be Xavier Edwards.
And that's good news right off the bat. Anytime you can have that place runner with a little speed, that certainly helps out.
Marlins have one walk-off win at home this season. You might recall that was Sunday, March 29th against the Rockies. That blistering walk-off bomb by Owen Casey. Many that have attended this one tonight have not left the confines of loanDepot Park. Here's Michael Rucker, who's got a 6.48 ERA in 8 appearances this year. First pitch, fly ball in the air to right field, sending back Miles Mastrobuoni fresh into the game. Makes the catch on the warning track. Edwards tags, goes to third. And now the winning run is at third base with one away.
Good job by Roberto. Stayed back. He was thinking hit that ball the other way. If it's on the ground, he'll move the runner. If it's in the air, he'd move the runner. So good job on his part. That's how you win close games.
It didn't have to be as dramatic as the first time. Here is Esteury Ruiz. See if he can pull every single man in that dugout out of there. And now the infield will converge. Tell you what, Ruiz has been a very pesky hitter this season. This is no cheap gimme here for Rucker if the Mariners are thinking, well, thank goodness we have to face this guy. Clayton McCullough hoping his boys can polish off their 18th comeback win of the season with their second walk-off win at home. Esteury Ruiz has 2 walk-off base hits in his career. April 30th of 2023 and May 16th of 2023. One against the Reds, one against the Diamondbacks. There's ball one. Will they pitch him carefully, I guess will be the question.
I don't think so. You have Marcy on deck. I think he's going to have walk-off number 3 in his career.
Ooh, challenge that one. ABS powered by T-Mobile. And Esteury is right.
Miami has 2 challenges remaining.
Two 2-0 now. Rucker delivers, and Ruiz shoots that curveball foul.
A little bit of a hanger, but it stayed in on Ruiz.
Marlins desperately hoping they can set aside the Mariners right here in game 1. Ball 3. Marcy on deck. You know he'd love a chance. Only if Ruiz walks. Esteury will challenge another, and I think he might win another. Not sure what, but Chris Siegel's umpire, the microphone is working. Another ABS challenge powered by T-Mobile. There is ball 4. There you go, Chris. So Ruiz will go to first. Edwards remains at third. Ruiz probably won't take long. You want to stay out of a double play.
Yeah, a couple of real good challenges too.
How about Ruiz? Pinch hits in the 8th, draws a walk against the pesky Spire. And now he draws a walk against Rucker.
And picked up a stolen base in between. Stolen base at third.
And he might be on the verge of taking another. No, that missed high. Does Ruiz just need to run here?
Well,
you have to be careful.
If he does, they'll just they'll put Marcy on first base just to set up a force anywhere.
Joe Mack on deck. Ruiz goes. Marcy flies that foul. Well, for all the hardships that Jacob Marcy has faced this season, he's got a chance to be a hero right here and do something he's never done before. And collect a walk-off RBI. Infield in. 1-1 pitch. Marcy takes up and away for ball 2.
And I'll tell you what an absolute boost it would be for Jacob Marcy to do that for his confidence for the remainder of the year.
Swinging a fly ball right field and deep. Away back. Game over. Marcy, the walk-off hero.
I'm smiling with him. Forget about the sac fly. That is just tremendous. Great win, but just terrific for Jacob Marcy, who has had struggles, but the last 3 or 4 games now has shown that he's swinging the bat the way he did when we saw him last year.
He so terribly needed, and he so very much deserved it. And you better hop on board now, because these Marlins are for real. And they are not in a position where people are going to take them lightly anymore here in 2026.
Yeah, he got this breaking ball. Got enough of it. He's thinking, okay, if I get the ball in the air, got some speed on the bases. For a minute, a lot of people thought that ball was out, but it's just a long, long single for Jacob Marcy off the loanDepot sign. But a big one for Marcy and a big win for the ball club. You come back home after a tremendous road trip, a 7-3 road trip, to give up a 4-0 lead, but then to get some nice work from Cade Gibson, who gets the win in this game. A nice inning by Pete Fairbanks. I think that was a real positive you have to think about tonight. Early in the game, the Owen Casey blast, his 12th home run, 50th RBI of the year. And Roberto Hernandez tying the game with his 3rd pinch hit home run of the year. Did that in the 8th inning. There were a whole bunch of really nice things tonight.
There were so many heroes, and there's so many guys, Hud, that believe that this team is for real. They've taken Billy's flag and they all converge. And that's just a handful of the guys that so desperately wanted to win this one tonight. And congratulations to the Marlins, who have won 50 games before the All-Star break for the 4th time in franchise history. That's a remarkable feat. And they are ready to win a whole lot more. I think Jeremy Taché is standing by with the hero, Jacob Marcy.
Jacob Marcy, the walk-off. How's it feel?
Yeah, it feels great. Good to get a win. Battled all game, and awesome to come up with that.
So you're the hero in the end, but this team had so many different heroes throughout the game, whether it's Big Mike on the mound in the 6th inning. Oh, well-deserved right there. Well-deserved. You get to cool off a little bit from the red-hot hitting for this team, but so many different heroes tonight. When you look around this team and you see so many guys coming through in big moments, what does it tell you about this club and its continued fight?
Yeah, I mean, I think it just shows why we're never out of games, or always in games, no matter what. I mean, our bullpen was tremendous after Max came out, Mike shoving the door and not letting anyone score, and then just no matter where it came in the game when we were down, Burt coming off the bench and getting that homer. I mean, we have a lot of fight in this team. We have a lot of fun, and it's been a great time.
For you personally, to continue to persevere through this season that I know has had its ups and downs, for you to be able to have a moment like this one as you started to get going, what can that do for you as we head toward the All-Star break and potentially into the second half of the season?
Yeah, I'm only focused on today, honestly. I mean, I think I've focused too far in advance, too much this year. I'm just trying to take it day by day and have fun. I trust in God and know that everything's going to work out the way it's supposed to, and a lot of these are just lessons, and just want to keep going and have fun with the team.
Go have fun with the team. Enjoy this one, Jacob. Congratulations on the victory, guys. That was a thriller. Looking forward to a few more of these here at loanDepot Park, huh?
All right, Jeremy, thank you very much. Hop on board, folks. Come out and join us. The Marlins are for real, and we'd love for you to join us at loanDepot Park and support these guys because they deserve it. This is a fun ball club. Our next telecast will come your way tomorrow night. First pitch at 6:40. Plenty more coverage from tonight's game is next. For Tommy Hutton and Jeremy Taché, for our director Brad Gersten and our producer John Sulzer, I'm Kyle Seeloff. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Don't go anywhere. The post-game show is next.
Whoever said fork in the road must have been hungry. Hungry for the Sorrento and the capability that keeps going wherever life takes you. So go ahead, take the fork in the road. With the capable Sorrento, every way forward is the right way. Visit your local Kia dealer today.
Introducing Subway's new fresh value menu. 15 different protein pack choices, all for under $5. With new 6-inch deli face, $3.99. Protein pockets, $3.99. And a 6-inch sub of the day, $4.99. Always freshly made, always available every single day.
When I got the news,
My whole world stopped.
I had cancer. My first choice for care was clear. Only Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center had treatments no one else could offer, and a team of experts for my cancer.
Always by my side.
Only Sylvester could get me back. Here. Here.
Here.
Welcome into the Marlins.TV postgame show as Jacob Marcy walks off the Seattle Mariners in Game 1 of this 3-game series. What a game for the Marlins. What a season for the Marlins. What a team this squad is here at loanDepot Park. Yet another win in this ballpark. Final score in 10 innings. The Marlins beat the Mariners by a final of 6-5. We've got a lot to talk about and a lot to unpack, and I'm glad I've got Rod Allen by my side to do it with. I'm Craig Mish. Thanks so much for sticking around and being part of our show here. We got a lot to get to in the postgame. We'll hear from Clayton McCullough on one of the wilder wins we've seen here at home, Rod. So many different heroes, so many big moments. But, man, I'm happy for Jacob Marcy. He needed that one in a big way.
Everybody's happy for Jacob Marcy because he's that kind of guy. But if you're the Seattle Mariners, man, they tried everything to try to snatch this game away from the Marlins. Marlins went up 4-0, and then Seattle took a 5-4 lead. They had the leadoff runner on base the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th inning, and not really able to do anything. You got to give the Marlins bullpen a lot of credit, but Seattle really wanted this game, and that's why you got to give the Marlins a whole lot of credit for coming in here, winning the first game of the series against a really good pitching staff. I mean, this was a highly contested game, but somehow they got the W. Now they live for another day, come back and get another one tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been that kind of season for the Marlins. It feels like every game that we're talking about here, it always comes down to the wire, especially here at home. And a big player, too, ends up being the difference. Tonight, I feel like it was 5 or 6 big plays.
It was a lot of different guys.
So we need some time to Rod and I to go through all this. So let's try and deliver it to you here on the postgame show. Let's start in the top of the 10th inning where the Mariners had an opportunity. Of course, they have the placed runner, Rod, here at second base, but ouch. What a mistake by the runner here. Otto made a great play, but also a mistake on the base.
As a rule of thumb, when the ball is hit to the shortstop and you're on second base, if it's hit to your right, you've got to stay at second base. If it's hit to your left, you've got a chance to go to third base. He had no chance there. He basically ran them out of an inning.
Bottom of the inning. Of course, the Marlins had a couple of opportunities here, but as we mentioned, Jacob Marcy hits this one deep. Rod, I thought it was out. The park thought it was out. It didn't go out, but it ends up being the game-winning hit tonight.
I thought he should have kept running, though. He'd have got at least a double out of it instead
Get
of a
his
single.
two back.
Yeah, absolutely. But you love Marcy. I had a conversation with Clayton today, and Clayton is in Marcy's corner. This guy's been in the big leagues for 3 months, struggling for the most part offensively. He's had some flashes of brilliance to show us what he could do, but they're staying with this kid. They love his makeup. They love him in center field. They feel like he's a winner. They feel like he's going to be a guy that really helps this team win a lot of games moving forward. And he also said something to me about Mookie Betts last year. Betts had a bad year, but Betts came out and said, you know what? I can't do anything about my numbers the rest of this year. But what I can do is I can come to the ballpark every single day, help my team win games, and I think that's what Marcy is doing right now, because he's not going to hit 300, but he can really contribute to a successful season, just as he's done for the first 3 months.
And the Marlins have won a lot of games, Rod, with him being up and being a little bit down. They've committed to him, Rod, because of his defense. It's really kept him
base running,
in
hustle.
the lineup. I mean, he
you name it, he
works
does it.
hard. He's trying to do whatever he can, and it's kind of been shadowed because the Marlins are winning so many games. But, man, in a big spot did he come up here tonight. So that was, of course, the big hit of the night. Before the other big hit of the night, okay? That was Heriberto Hernandez. I mean, this guy has the flair for the dramatic, Rod. Every time it feels like he's in a pinch hit spot, the guy goes deep. He hit it to our old friend Stanton Land in the outfield.
He nearly hit it off those panels out there. I mean, he crushed that thing. It was a 3-2 fastball. He got it from Spire, and he didn't miss it. I mean, it's up and away. It was almost like the home run he hit on Sunday in Sacramento, straight away center field into the camera well. But Big Bird, man, since he's come back up from the minor leagues, when they gave him a little bit of a reset, he has come back up, and he now has 11 home runs, man. This guy can hit. I like him. I like him a lot.
Do you think specifically, before we get to the rest of this, Rod, I mean, he's been one of the heroes in June and July. Specifically, that trip to the minor leagues, can that spark a guy like it has Bert?
No doubt about it, because he knew he could do it, because he had done it the previous year. And I'm sure Clayton and the staff, when they told him, go down, get some at-bats, we're going to call you back up. And when he came back up, he was rolling. I think he hit a grand slam home run the night before he came back to the major leagues down in the minor leagues. And all he has done is hit since he's been back up. He has been one of the MVPs of this team in June and July.
Clayton's pushed the right buttons with Bert pinch hitting, and he also pushed the right buttons with the bullpen and Michael Peterson, because this was a tough decision here, because Max Meyer, look, Rod, he's an all-star. He's your guy. I thought in the 6th inning when Clayton was going to the mound, it may have been to talk to Max and fire him up. But then he put that arm up, he puts in Big Mike, and the rest is history. This guy has been nails all season.
Bases loaded, going up against the middle of the batting order. I don't care which team you're going up against. Most teams are going to score at least one run, but they were not able to score a run. Outstanding play there by Stowers to get the out at home plate, and then Peterson did the rest by himself. His fastball, 98, 99 miles an hour. I mean, he just overpowered the middle half of this order. He threw that ball right by Cal Raleigh. And coming into the contest, I think he had inherited 28 runners and 12 had scored. That's not horrible, but he stranded 3 more, and that was huge, and that's the difference in the game. Make no mistake about it, that is the difference in the game.
I thought so. You can use Peterson in the 8th, in the 9th, in the 5th, in the 4th. It just doesn't matter. Whenever he comes into the game, it just seems like it's a really big, high-leverage situation, and the guy just constantly tends to come through. Now, another player over the last month or so, Rod, that has come through, and I know that award season is still a couple of months away, and J.J. Weatherhold, the Cardinals, is having a great year. I get it, and Sal Stewart is having a great year. But our guy, Owen Casey, here is on an absolute tear. 50 runs driven in. Those 2 names, by the way, the only players in all of baseball in the National League that are rookies that have more home runs than Owen.
They stuck with him. I mean, in the month of May, it looked like they were going to have to give him a reset and send him down because he was struggling mightily against lefties. He was struggling against righties. He was striking out at a 40% clip. But they hung with him, and it turned for him in the last 17 games, hitting nearly 350 with 6 homers. He's driving in runs, and the OPS is over 1,000. And the at-bats that he's taking right now are good at-bats. He's not flailing at the ball. He's not swinging and missing as much as he had, and he also has true power. And when I say true power, I mean he can hit the ball out to center field, left field, and right field. He can reach the seats in any direction. I love the way that they stayed with him, and because they stayed with him, he has rewarded them with the kind of player that they thought they were getting when they got him from the Cubs.
And you're right, Rod, because those pitches that were outside early in the season that he was flailing at, he's taking those pitches. They come back inside.
Yeah.
Hitting a home run. That's the way
you gotta love it. You gotta love it.
Casey, what a run it has been, especially at home here at loanDepot Park, folks. If you're watching out there, I mean, you gotta get out here and watch this team play every single night. It's another story. Let's get the full story of the game. Who better to deliver that than the skipper, Clayton McCullough? Let's go down to the clubhouse.
So good for Marcy. I mean, we all know how much he's been grinding this year offensively, and to come through there in that spot and, get himself in a good count, get a pitch elevated, and, drive it to the outfield. I know that had to feel good for him and certainly our team. I mean, we talk a lot about how much Marcy does, within the game, and for him to come through offensively there, couldn't be prouder of him, just how he keeps hanging in there and, came through.
Felt like there were like a million different heroes in this game, but Bert, just prior to that, coming in another pinch hit home run. I think that's his third of the year, fourth game tying home run. What can you say about what he's been able to do since coming back up a couple months ago?
I mean, this is the version of Bert, or close to it, I think we saw for the better part of last year once he settled in here. He can, he's always ready. And, I mean, I think, Bert, certainly how he's performed, deserving of a lot of opportunity. And, the days when he's not in there, he's always prepared for what that moment might be. And he's got power and he's aggressive. And, even, in the 10th there to, drive a ball to right field to get X over. Another guy, Asturi, great at bat, walking to set up Marcy. So, I mean, love that, again, continuing to get so many contributions. But, Bert has been on a real heater here for, 6 or 7 weeks now.
Go back to the sixth inning and the choice to bring in Big Mike in that spot. I can't imagine that your anticipation was he'd get out of that without allowing any runs. For him to come in and get through that inning, played by Mac at the plate, can you walk us through that sixth inning, what you saw for him?
Yeah, and Big Mike has been and more than a key contributor. I mean, he's been fantastic piece in our bullpen this year, and have asked a lot of him in some really tight spots, and coming in with a lot of runners on base. And again today, bases loaded, nobody out. He got the the grounder to first. Mac makes the play on the ball from Stowie coming in, and then he gets the punch and leaves it stranded there with nobody out. Like you said, I mean, if you give up one run there, you're actually like, okay, that's you're most likely going to happen. But Mike has just been filling it up with premium stuff, and again today he's done it all on the road trip. And really now through this run we've been having, we've leaned on him a lot, and he's really performed.
How tough is it to do what Bert has been able to do throughout the season, coming in pinch hit, having to prepare like that, and he's come in clutch every time?
I mean, pinch hitting's hard. I mean, it is, and that takes a. One, I think Bert in some ways is conducive for being a good pinch hitter, and not just that he's had some of the home runs, but he's got a short swing, he's got power, he's very aggressive. Like usually pinch hitting, there's not a whole lot of time to try to work an at bat. It's tough. Like the deck is stacked against you, and you got to come up there ready to hit. And he can hit velocity, he can hit mistake spin in the strike zone, and seen him do that. He's certainly versus left. It's a really good at bat. So it's not to be lost how difficult it is, but I think Bert is very much now, after a year plus having done this with some regularity, accustomed to what he needs to do to get himself prepared for that moment. And then you go up there and you're looking for really the first thing you see in the zone to go attack.
And Mac with the cost ceiling 17 on this season, just how he's changed the game for you guys defensively.
Yeah, I mean, another one, terrific throw, Otto hanging in there, handled the one hop beautifully. He has. I mean, it's no coincidence that our defense, in a lot of ways, has picked up, since Joe's arrival. We knew he had that type of pedigree and that type of ability, and the throwing out runners. He had some great blocks in that game as well, with some runners on base, and so yeah, he's a good player, and certainly defensively, what he's been able to do behind the plate. And now you look up the middle with Otto and Xavier and Marcy in center. It's a really strong up the middle group we have.
What does it tell you about your guys that you can have the lead you did, fall behind, and then recover and come back to win?
Yeah, that's what these guys do. And again, I thought we had really nice at bats versus Woo. I mean, just the quality of the contact we had, and lining balls around the field. Then they were able to kind of settle the momentum down a little bit and give themselves a chance to, get back in the game and take the lead. And for us to, come right back and answer. And Gibby, in the 10th inning to, get us out of that with no runs scoring was huge. And then, us to, you have a chance there at home to cash one in. We were able to do it. So these guys, no matter what, they don't stop fighting, and you can see the amount of confidence and belief they have in each other now. And what's done is done, and you have to just go, move on to the next. And, you get down, try to put a rally together and get back in it. And, we did that tonight.
Spoke about Pete pregame and puts up the 0 today. Just how big was that for the team and for him personally to go out there and do that?
I mean, it was. And we talked about, Pete is going to hopefully, tonight having a clean one will, trying to get him going, because I think he's thrown the ball similarly to this in a lot of other outings and just hasn't had the same results. But, today ahead again, he threw some good curveballs, in the zone, had a good heater. Hopefully this is one that he can just, kind of a clean inning and build off of this, because we're certainly going to need Pete to, get it going here in the second half for us.
What was the explanation that they gave you about the interference there with X?
Yeah, so I think, Josh Naylor's a very savvy player. And I think he recognized that, had a chance to make some contact there with the defender, and that, and I only asked Laz over there, he didn't continue to run, he's a long ways from, the base. Just give me, and Laz felt like that, the contact, how much he was impeded, totally negated his ability to continue on, and therefore, he was going to reward him the next base, which, hard to argue with, how he saw that in real time. And I think Josh was, again, he's smart. He knows what he's doing. So I think he was looking for that potential to, do that, and, credit to him for being savvy enough in the moment to, pick out a defender and cause that.
And Coach, Liam hasn't missed a beat since coming back, and 3 for 4 today, streaks at 17 now. Just how much does he continue to impress you this season?
Yeah, Liam's been phenomenal. I think, early on it was the power that was a little bit surprising with how out of the gates he was, hitting so many home runs. And I think what recently it's been, getting him back to, shooting some balls all over the field. It was nice to see him, drive a ball to left center for a double today, but he's getting the hits in a lot of places. His bat quality is high, and he's come right back and picked up where he left off, and has been on a good run here.
It's the longest hit streak for the team in nearly a decade with 17. How do you just mentioned, it was power at the beginning of the year, but now it's sort of spraying the ball all places. His ability to adjust throughout the course of the season, how much does that impress you?
Yeah, we thought, Liam's a good hitter. I think, at the end of the day, you look at, what Liam, his strengths are. He controls the strike zone very well. He makes a ton of contact. He just doesn't miss a whole lot in zone, and he does. He has the ability to get hits to all parts of the field, and, he's continuing to learn, when and where, some places for him to take some shots to get to some of the power to the pull side. But, he has the ability to pull out a 7-iron and, take his knocks and spray it around. So, yeah, just a good hitter that, is getting better in the big leagues.
Just going back to Max real quick. Obviously, his start, he was, perfect through 3, only 1 base runner through 4, and the things sort of started to spiral. What did you notice for him as he, got knocked around a little bit there?
Yeah, it seemed in the 5th inning, just started leaving some balls up. Didn't quite have the finish to some of the breaking balls like he had early in the game. And I think early on they had a good approach too. They were seemed pretty committed to laying off pitches down in the strike zone and forced him, up. But he was still making pitches when he had to. And then, just felt like the 5th he left some balls up and then went out there for the 6th. And, it just didn't seem like he was, in a really good rhythm and was missing more uncharacteristically than he normally does, and just making some mistakes. And thought that was just a moment in the game, a big spot, and to bring Mike in to try to keep us where we were.
Big night for that guy, Jacob Marcy, such an integral part of the Marlins' success last season. Been battling, and the hard work is paying off as it did tonight. The Marlins winning a walk-off 6-5. We'll hear from Jacob Marcy when we come back on Marlins Postgame next.
This is it.
This is it. Hi. Can I help you? Oh, yeah, we'll take it. Okay. Start with some paperwork.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
It starts with Celsius. Feel I can feel good about. I'm gonna need it. I'm training for life. From after-school pickups to meal prep to a 12-hour night shift. I don't have time to get ready. I've got to stay ready.
Dawn Patrol starts with a Celsius. I got a whole day to seize. First it's cardio, then it's a race against the clock. Refuel. I've got 48 to do in 24.
It's 4:49 a.m. Grab a Celsius, lock in. I've got a goal to hit and a deck to conquer. A party to be the life of and all the essential energy I need to do it.
Adding stuffed crust to Domino's best deal ever for just $9.99 was all Lindsay's idea.
We used to charge $3 more for stuffed crust, and now we're just giving it away.
It's the most financially irresponsible idea Lindsay's ever had.
It's crazy. If her idea doesn't pan out, I call dibs on her office. I've already made myself quite comfortable.
Get any toppings on any pizza, now including stuffed crust, for just $9.99.
Lindsay.
Only at
Minnows.
You hit your personal best, vowed to never rest, destined for new heights under Friday Night Lights. Weekends at the rec leagues, home runs in the big leagues. At the heartache of pain, trust experts with your game. With leading-edge care on sprains, strains, or tears, and research that's academic-based, come back at your own pace. The University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute is ready to help you recover your game.
Michelin innovates on the road and far beyond. With airless tires designed for exploring new frontiers. Michelin, motion for life.
This is gonna do it! The Marlins walk off with a grand slam!
The Marlins.TV post-game show is brought to you by Doral Kia, home of the Pricito, and by Werner Hoffman, Gregg and Garcia, the official law firm of the Miami Marlins.
Swinging a fly ball right field and deep. Away back. Game over. Marcy, the walk-off hero.
That is just tremendous. Great win, but just terrific for Jacob Marcy.
He so terribly needed, and he so very much deserved it.
Just take me through that AB and what hopefully that did for you and how happy your teammates were for you.
Yeah, I mean, was just trying to get a good pitch of hit. Guy on third, X on third, Ruiz at first. Just trying to put the ball in play and make something happen. Those guys are really fast. I know I can outrun a double play, so really just trying to put the ball in play and just got a good pitch of hit and did something with it.
Did you think it was done?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. I didn't need to run.
Just how tough has the last month been for you, and just how have you been able to kind of stay positive through it, or been working through all this, struggles?
Yeah, it's been tough. This game is really frustrating. You feel like you do a lot of things right, and things don't go your way, and then, just a tough game in general. So, but we have a great group that makes it so much fun to come to the yard every day, and they really have had my back the whole time, and we've been winning, so that's all I care about, and I'm glad we've been winning games throughout the process. Glad I could help out tonight, but I know I can help out in a lot of other ways too. So, they've done a great job of just being there for me and really just leaning on my faith and trusting God through everything.
How is the knee feeling? And this is game 89 for you. Some guys would have maybe sat out tonight. Why is it important for you to post every day?
Yeah. I just know I can help win, and I hate not playing. I love playing. And our trainers do such a good job to help us get back on the field and everything, and throughout the game as well. So I just want to help this team win any way I can, and any chance I can be in the lineup, I want to play.
What can a night like tonight, where you have the walk-off, the RBI earlier in the game, do for you moving forward?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I'm not really focused on the future. And I focused on the future a lot throughout this season, and I think that's part of what got me in a hole. So, really just focused on the day. I think I've had a lot of good at-bats lately. Some might have not gone my way, but a lot of good at-bats, hitting the ball hard, doing good things. So really just trusting that, trusting the work we do every day, and just trusting God. I know that everything will take care of itself. Just want to help the team win and have fun.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
Thank you.
All right, that's Jacob Marcy. What a night for the Marlins as they walk off the Mariners in Game 1 of this 3-game series by a final of 6-5. I'm going to use that picture right there as my screensaver on my phone.
Why not?
I mean, the Marlins right now, if
are in.
The season ended today, the Marlins are in. They would be the 3rd wild card and now building a nice little lead over some other teams, Rod. And
who would have thunk it? Who would have thunk it?
I got to tell you, I mean, the way things are going, it may be time to jump on board here, folks. Still got a nice homestand to go here, Tuesday all the way through Sunday, and then out of the break, of course, many more games to come. But I got to tell you, there have been so many things that I think that we could look at the Marlins and hang their hat on. One thing that I think gets overlooked a little bit that we're going to talk about here is the fact that their defense all of a sudden has started to come through. I know that you and I were sitting watching Clayton McCullough discuss defense, and he said, simply put, it wasn't good enough in April.
Right.
All of a sudden, things started to get better, and I don't think it's a coincidence that it really started to get better when they called up Joe Mack from the minor leagues.
Yeah, he came up on May 4th, and he's really changed this team. And take a look at this play right here. He's already thrown out 17 base runners in the big leagues, which is tied for the most in the majors, and he just got here on the 4th of May. But take a look at the pick here by Lopez, how he lets that ball travel so he can just drop the tag on a Rosarena. That's a thing of beauty right there, and that's something you just can't teach. Those are instincts.
And then, of course, he makes the pick here on the play that saved the run, Rod. I mean, Stowers' throw was a little bit low. Stowers still learning the position a little bit, but this is what Joe can do.
He had no panic whatsoever. It was a nice one-hopper, and he was able to pick it and keep his foot on the bag as well. But it seemed like every single play they made came in a crucial situation. Runner on third, less than 2 outs. That's rally. Back pick by Sanoha. They get the out at home plate. I told you that the Mariners had the leadoff runner on in the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, and the 8th. But somehow, some way, and the Marlins defense was able to keep them off the board in those innings.
Yeah, and obviously the play right here in the 10th inning was key because Otto Lopez clearly saw the runner going. Still got to make the play and get the
Well,
guy out.
you got to know where the defender's playing too. If you're the guy that's running right there, you've got to know where the shortstop's playing. If the ball's hit to the right, where are you going? I mean, where are you going? They teach that in the minor leagues, and unfortunately a lot of guys in the big leagues, and I don't mean this in a bad way, a lot of guys are learning how to play the game in the big leagues these days because guys are so young.
Pinch runner there in that spot. As Rod said, that is not something that can happen. All right, well, on Sunday after Max Meyer pitches against the Cleveland Guardians, he's going to get on a plane and he's going to fly to Philadelphia because Max Meyer has been named to the All-Star game. He won't pitch in the game because he's pitching Sunday. He'll have a replacement for the game. But he did start today. It was a wild one for him, and he spoke to the media afterwards about his start.
Your start today? Just a grind. It's just so fun watching the team pick each other up too. I mean, Big Mike coming in the pen, just always picking each other up. The bats coming late, so it was another good win. It was a great day.
Talk to me about that moment watching Big Mike come in there, bases loaded, nobody out. Obviously, you know, Clayton just said if you surrender one run, you're feeling pretty good. But for that play to happen at the plate where Max picking it and to escape that with no runs, what was it like for you from the dugout watching that one?
I mean, I've seen it all year. These guys just pick me up and we pick each other up. It didn't surprise me at all. I was fired up for Mike. That's a huge situation to come in and escape with nothing. So yeah, I mean, hats off to him. It's so fun watching these guys play, and I mean, he's one of our best guys in the pen. So I mean, just watching him throw this full year, it's been a real treat to watch.
When you say it was a grind for yourself, was that about, you know, your stuff? Did you not feel like you had your best stuff, or was that more of a deeper into the game, you know, maybe mechanical, mental? What side of it for you?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of everything, I think. I mean, yeah, it was just one of those starts. I mean, you can't pin it on anything. Lost a little bit of juice there late. Got to get it going again. Coming off a long roadie, switching time zones, obviously. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I'm always pumped when I see the pen come in. Obviously, I'd want to give them another one to save it a little bit. But yeah, I mean, they do their job every time.
And as we said, Max Meyer will start Sunday against Cleveland. That will end the first half of the year before the All-Star break for Miami. Rod, tomorrow it's the Toyota road ahead. We're on the air at 6:15. Tyler Phillips gets the start for the Marlins, and Seattle's got one of their better pitchers on the bump tomorrow in George Kirby.
It really doesn't matter who Seattle runs at you. They are all the same. I mean, the guy Woo today, not a great numbers, but he's a real good pitcher. I mean, the guy going tomorrow and the next day is going to be good, too. They've got a lot of really good arms, and a lot of it's homegrown talent. So they've done a very nice job in that regard with scouting. Phillips on the other side has done really nice work. He's pitched in several games this year, but not that many as a starter. But when they decide to put him in a rotation, he has showed up and he has pitched well, and he's given the team a chance to win most of the times he's been out there.
Done a nice job for Miami, as Rod said. He's moved from the bullpen to a starter. Also, we could see Jansen Junk back in the rotation soon. That would fortify things going into the weekend. But it was a night to remember here at loanDepot Park with Jacob Marcy's walk-off single or double. I'm not sure what he gets credit for. I got to check the box score here. It almost went out. What a wild game it was here in Miami. We'll wrap it all up next year on Marlins TV as the homestand is off to a winning start. We'll be right back.
Oye, Fede, how many friends are coming?
Everybody.
Wi-Fi so reliable, you can host the world. Get the most reliable fiber-powered gig Wi-Fi with Peacock included to stream the beautiful game this summer.
The Fightin' Fish are back. And here, baseball is more than just a game. It's what brings us together. From the big moments.
He swings. Casey hits it in the air. Casey to deep right. We're going home.
To the timeless traditions. Be there for it all.
Erie got him with a fastball. Ryan Stowers is on the board for the first time. Swing and a drive. Marlins electing to be aggressive.
Triple for Otto Lopez.
Ball in the base hit for Javier Sonoja. What a start for Sandy Alcantara.
Catch the Fightin' Fish all season long.
This is it.
This is it.
Hi. Can I help you? Oh, yeah, we'll take it. Okay. Just thought it was work.
When you know it's the one, get it at the big one. Lease a new 2026 Toyota Tundra SR5 for $429 a month for 36 months with $54.28 due at signing. Toyota, let's go places.
You hit your personal best, vowed to never rest, destined for new heights under Friday night lights. Weekends at the rec leagues, home runs in the big leagues. At the heartache of pain, trust experts with your game. With leading edge care on sprains, strains, or tears, and research that's academic based, come back at your own pace. The University of Miami Sports Medicine Institute is ready to help you recover your game.
And welcome back to the Marlins postgame show. A 10-inning final. Game one goes to Miami over Seattle. The bad news is we got to get out of here, folks. But the good news is we're going to do it all again tomorrow. Will the game be as good tomorrow as it was today? You're going to have to tune in to find out around 6:15 tomorrow for our next pregame show here on Marlins TV. Rod Allen will be here. I will be here. Will you? I hope so. See you tomorrow on the pregame show.